Yo, yeah, that's B-Eazy, that's the name. Way before the world knew he was running the game, laid the groundwork, built the foundation strong, been influencing the whole scene all along. Now everybody gotta give that man his praise, a living legend for the rest of his days. Oh, he deserves all the accolades, yeah. B-Eazy, B-Eazy, gotta give that man his praise, a living legend for the rest of his days. Oh, he deserves all the accolades. B-Eazy, B-Eazy.
Yeah, yeah. Listen up. It's B-Eazy Dat Dude, the great. He ain't fake, he one of the real guys. Spitting fire every stream. You've been late to the party, now it's time to realize. From Pittsburgh to around the world, yeah, the flow is elite. Every beat that he slide on turns into straight heat. Came up from the grind, selling box on a laptop, running up a bag, feel like he hit the jackpot. Got the luxury visions, ambition vivid, never bluff. Person's progress, persevere when the going gets tough. B-Eazy Dat Dude, got stripes in the game. Every rhyme, every line, they gon' remember the name. From the streets to the stage, the energy don't fade. Legend in the making, yeah, history's what he's laid. Mic in his hand, heart in the flow and soul on every beat. Dropping knowledge, power, bravado, his legacy complete. Hustle, amplified, lyrics electrified, that's the truth. B-Eazy Dat Dude, established with certified proof. Feel the bass, feel the vibe, let it ride through the crowd. All the words, every hook, man, he keeps making us proud. King of his lane, rising above every feud. All hail the one and only, one and only, one and only. B-Eazy Dat Dude. Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh, B-Eazy. He got that certain kind of profile, smooth and effortless style. He's so fresh, makes the whole room stop and stare a while. Hear him asking, who's that? Mama, there he goes again. The way he moves, you know he's gonna win. Oh, you ain't know? That's just B-Eazy. B-Eazy Dat Dude. That man right there. B-Eazy. Ooh. We all here to see B-Eazy. We wanna listen to B-Eazy. Ayy, we all like B-Eazy. Now, matter of fact, we love B-Eazy. Believe me, he really that dude. Subscribe to the channel, it's easy to do. If you care, then go ahead and share this fire content, extraordinarily rare. That's why I put that on my mama, he is that dude. And I put that on my daddy, he is that dude. So
he always do it big, you know who it is. B-Eazy, B-Eazy, B-Eazy Dat Dude. He on his way to the top and he ain't about to stop. You thought he would flop and didn't wanna give him props. The things you dreaming about he already did do. Now it's time to soak a game, he about to give you. Like, share, follow, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell to tune in when he goes live. Make a contribution if you feeling the content. Tap into the realness if you tired of the nonsense. I mean, no disrespect, ain't trying to sound rude, but the world already knows that B-Eazy's that dude. Ooh.
Hey yo, who is that dude? Oh girl, that's just B-Eazy. Oh boy, that's just B-Eazy. Well, who is B-Eazy? Oh, you ain't know, he been a pro for show, all about the dough. He been running up them racks and still trying to get some more. Don't care about the fame, just trying to gain and grow. He really one of them ones, his presence so pivotal. So hell yeah, he that dude, this is unequivocal.
Turn your radios up. Turn your radios up. Y'all know what this is. Y'all know who this is. B-Eazy Dat Dude, an impromptu stream back with another one. This one is gonna be a banger. It will ruffle some feathers, but it will be a doozy. I don't like to keep y'all waiting. So before we get this thing started, you know, I gotta hit you.
If you know the song, sing along. Yeah, you're right.
私も地元民と言っても自分は世代です。もう友達できたの？うん。ぶっとこっち見ろ。
You've been a regular, none of your competitors. Niggas better catch up like 10 steps ahead. Look, this promethazine got me leaning like a cholo in the club. I'm 20 deep, I don't be riding solo. Pull some bad bitches, they vanilla and cocoa. They wanna take some photos when we kick it out in Soho. Chicks are showing tits and popping pussy for my promo. Told them like juvenile, baby moving for me slow-mo. Then I'm right back to the block, cause I keep getting moto. I be flipping, not shrinking, I don't give a fuck about no ho. This nigga name ain't D-Lo, but pimpin' these bitches and stacking his grades forever be my stilo. This is B-Eazy Dat Dude in the trap making pass smooth. If I ever go broke, then I'm about to pull a jack move. Since a nigga healthy, I don't even gotta worry. With my bitch from Fiji, eating tandoori and chicken curry. That ism is really indie. My pimp game international. I design my own clothes, so I be always looking fashionable. Here's a couple facts about me that y'all didn't know. Some of y'all be getting bread, but I be getting bigger, dawg. I got bigger guns and a whole lot of bad. And we are activated. And it looks like, I don't know, no one has announced. I don't know if we've been joined by any illustrious guest. So we just gonna get right into this thing. Y'all seen the title. Y'all seen the thumbnail. So let me go ahead and pull this video up. Bada boom, bada bam. So we'll be reacting to this video by this upstanding hermano, Ricardo Ignacio. And this video is titled, Mexicans Don't Want Black Children. Shocker. Yes, and how many times do I have to say it? There's no race called Latino. There's no race called Mexican. And there's no race called Hispanic. Many of these people, if they aren't actually racially white, many of them want white adjacency. And they want to be assimilated into whiteness. And many of them say, hey, look, we know we're not white, but we're not like those ends over there. So white mommy and daddy, accept us into your racial construct, which is why you have terms like blancamiento, mejoró la raza. I've covered it multiple times on this channel. Ricardo has covered it multiple times on this channel. Yet and still, there's people who still pretend as if they don't know what we're talking about. So we are going to get right into this thing. Salute to all the people who will be watching this live concurrently and on the replay. So the discussion will be about how this Mexican person, and it's not just Mexicans, this just person happens to be a Mexican. Many Latinos share these same sentiments. Whenever they want to make a disgusting joke and they want to, kick someone or look down on someone, it's always one particular racial and ethnic demographic. So let's get into it, right? And then people are wondering, ice out, where are all the black people? Why the hell will we go out there, crash out for some people who I will vote for Donald Trump, right? These people voted for Donald Trump. And actually, we have been the ones who have championed open borders. We have been the ones who've championed this is a melting pot, and we've championed this marginalized group rhetoric. We've championed this minority coalition rhetoric. Black and brown, we were the only ones uplifting that. How many times have you heard people say black and brown? They only say it when it's politics time and they want to use and step on the blacks, right? But then when it's time to dole out some resources, black and brown, it was black people lynched. Black and brown, it was black people mass incarcerated. Black and brown, it was black people enslaved. Black and brown, black people who went to Jim Crow. Black and brown, like where was the brown? Now they're lying about Jim Crow and said, yeah, we had one Crow. No, there wasn't no Juan Crow and there wasn't no Jorge Crow. The only issue was these people, and I'm speaking about Mexicans specifically because these are two Mexicans fought to be legally classified as white. So yeah, they were being discriminated against because the Anglos, the WAPs, the Heritage Americans were saying, yeah, y'all white, but you're not quite white like us. And they were saying, yes, we are white, senor. We're not like the Negroes. You know what I mean? So they was fighting to be labeled as white. Just like how there's a box that you check that says white, black, Native American, Asian. They were going to have their own box, a customized box that said Mexican. And the Mexican leaders at the time said, hell to the no. You bet not put no MFing Mexican box because we are white. Don't take my word for it. Look it up. And if you don't believe me, I'll pull it up in real time. But let's get into this video. It looks like we may have been joined by some illustrious guests. Okay. Seduction Doll, you going to want to stick around. And I'm probably if you still here, I'm gonna try to breeze through this one, but I'll drop the link. I really want to hear from the biracials, you know what I mean? Because I'm gonna give my perspective as a foundational Black American. But John, this one will be a doozy, so you might want to come on up. But salute to Seduction Doll. I mean, how'd you find this? This is my first time seeing you. And I see you kind of wrapped head tight. Is that a muzz? I mean, what do you call that? Is that a turban? Let me know. It don't look like a bonnet. It don't look like a keffiyeh. So let me know what you rocking. And salute to Seduction Doll. Seduction Doll coming in looking seductive and sultry in building. Salute to John Sin, one of the dopest with a pen, aka John Sinatra, slid through. Let's get into this thing. So hold on, let me make it like this. All right, let's commence.
A lot of messed up racist posts talking about nobody wants to raise a black baby, that Mexicans don't want to raise a black baby. But I'm going to have to disagree for me personally, because I definitely would adopt a little black baby. Who wouldn't want to have their own personal slave at home?
Dear Mexican people, if you don't like black people, just completely leave them alone. Don't.
So y'all heard that out the gate. And shout out to Timeless THV. What it do, what it be. So here you have got this Mexican dude. It's just jokes, bro. They always say it's just jokes, but whenever they want to make a racist and or racial, a derogatory, a insulting joke, it's always about black people. And then they always talk about DEI and affirmative action. You guys shouldn't get preferential treatment. Why are you giving us preferential targeting for jokes? Right? All groups should be treated equally. So shouldn't they be spreading out these disgusting racist jokes equally? They say that we can't take a joke, but then you look in their timeline and all of their racist, disgusting jokes is about black people. Okay, fine. I'm all for disgusting jokes. Where are your disgusting jokes about Jewish people? They have none. Where are their disgusting jokes about Asian people? They have none. They have no jokes about white people. They have no jokes about legal immigrants. They have no jokes about undocumented immigrants. They have no jokes about trans people. They have no jokes about gay people. But a litany, a multitude, a plethora of jokes about black people. and specifically foundational Black Americans. It's just jokes, bro. Why are you triggered? Okay. Why won't you make jokes about Jewish people? I would love to hear a good Jewish joke, right? Oh, let me guess. You're afraid to be accused of being anti-Semitic, but people don't care if you get called anti-Black. You know, that's like a badge of honor. So here you got this Mexican moron and maniac over here saying, man, it would be cool to have a Black babies, right? And it's funny though. Most people don't know, and many Mexicans don't know. Did you know that Mexico was a slave colony? So as much as they love to make jokes about slavery, Mexico was a slave colony. And many Mexicans don't even know that. Why? Because they're too busy trying to kiss white mommies and daddies' butt. It's not all, but it's a significant amount. Let's run that back, right? And these are the people. Why aren't Black people fighting for the Latinos? What Latinos are you talking about? You mean the anti-Black ones? No, 'tis the season to hold your own huevos.
Wants to raise a Black baby, that Mexicans don't want to raise a Black baby. But I'm going to have to disagree for me personally, because I definitely would adopt a little Black baby. Who wouldn't want to have their own personal slave at home?
Dear Mexican people, if you don't like Black people, just completely leave them alone.
And this is what I tell you, right? All these people say they got Black fatigue, but all they talk about is Black people, right? These Mexicans hate Black people, but if you hop in their whip, they're not playing any Mexican rappers, right? They have their own style, but they're not using it. They're mimicking our style. They have their own slang, slurs, and epithets, but they're not using it. They're using our slang. While at the same time, calling us lazy, calling us broke, calling us poor. Why are you emulating a lazy, poor, low IQ, subjugated group? Make that make sense. What does that say about your group? How pathetic must your group be if you have to look to the marginalized, the most oppressed, the most subjugated, the most ridiculed and humiliated? You're looking to all that group to get your whole aura, to get your sauce, to get your swag, any level that you think that you can even be rare and debonair. Who do you get that from? Right? But no, we can't give them credit because that will be too much like right. And all of these people, as much as they emulate Blackness, I know Black Poppy, they hate Black people. It's a love-hate relationship. It's very disgusting and delusional. But you said, sorry, I missed the last 5 minutes. I am in the middle of broadcasting. Please don't let my presence bother you. I'm sorry. I'm a signal booster for the new Black media and confined by the code. Well, the way you worded that, I respect it. You said new Black media and confined by the code is the leader, and that's by Nelly Fuller, of course. And you messed up. You gotta put the doctor in front. Dr. Nelly Fuller. And of course, the code is the leader, which is why people are trying to get mad at FBA. Tariq is the leader. That nigga ain't my leader. Shout out to Tariq. Salute to Tariq. Love Black Alpha. That nigga ain't my leader. Neither is Jason Black. Love Jason Black. Love Professor Black Truth. None of them are my leader. Philip Scott, Tim Black. None of them are my leader. And I'm not none of y'all leader, but the code is the leader. And since we're all being led by the code, we'll meet up at the promised land. We'll meet up at the juke joint, and we'll meet up at any of these B1 establishments to uplift, to enrich, and enfranchise each other. We all we got, and we all we need. You said, I found your feed in the timeline as something relatable to my feed. Well, if you follow the new Black media, if you are B1, then this will be right up your alley, Seduction. And this one will be a banger. And I definitely want the ladies to come in. I would love for Seduction to come up, the Tory Experience, and of course, Sunlight from the Sunshine State. Shining brighter than a diamond. Florida fam stepped off in a building. And of course, we got the illustrious, the eloquent, and the elegant, the Tory Experience in building. And the seduction doll, I tip my hat to you. She coming in codified. If you're codified, then that means you solidified. If you're solidified, that means you're certified. Let's commence.
Don't go on the internet.
Don't slay that home.
Dear Mexican.
For me personally, because I definitely would adopt a little black baby. Who wouldn't want to have their own personal slave at home?
Dear Mexican.
Would adopt a little black baby. Who wouldn't want to have their own personal slave at home? Because I definitely would adopt a little black baby. Who wouldn't want to have their own personal slave at home?
Dear Mexican people, if you don't like black people, just completely leave them alone. Don't go on the internet and try to humiliate them, try to mock them, belittle, disrespect.
Okay, no, it's all good, seduction. I appreciate you for sliding through. You may not catch me on this one, but I'll be back live tomorrow. So hopefully one of these, you can come up, say your piece. I appreciate you. And for subbing and keeping people aware of the new black media. And I might have to pull up to Aurora, Colorado and see what it is. You said ass whooping. That's it. That's all. And see, this is what I'm saying. Mrs. Tory, they're over here talking about these are the same groups, not this brother on the screen. This is Ricardo Ignacio. He's probably the only Latino, and I believe he's Mexican and indigenous. He's the only one that I see ever calling out his community. See, we're supposed to call out. If you see a black woman twerking, call her out. You see a black woman with a bonnet, call her out, right? You see someone abusing their child, call them out. What about black on black crime, right? We always calling things out, right? Even if we don't want to, we call each other out. All the people that are Sambos and coons, whether you like them or not, they're calling the community out. That is accountability. Now, many of them, most of them are disingenuous. But tell me the Mexican version of Charleston White. Tell me the Jewish version of Jesse Lee Peterson, of Officer Tatum, of Candace Owens, right? Tell me the Latino version of the Hodge twins. Tell me the white version of Anton Daniels. So we got all these Sambos, Tethers, raccoons that are calling our community out. Sometimes it's rightfully so. Most of the times it's disingenuously so. Whether you like it or not, that's accountability. Could you say that about the other groups? Name one platform, name one creator talking about Jewish crime. You mean to tell me that they're angels and they don't do any crime? We all know that's not true. There's a bunch of channels and even people that believe to be on code with the same spiel. What about black on black crime? And then you ask them, hey, you always whining about black on black crime, bro. What the hell have you done to stop, mitigate, or eradicate it? Hopping on a podcast whining about black on black crime is not doing anything for black people. Right? Those black kids need gainful employment. Those black kids need mentorship. You don't want to mentor them. You saying F those kids, right? You don't want to train them. You don't want to coach them. You don't want to teach them financial literacy. You don't want to give them a backpack. You say it's no such thing as a free lunch. And then you say, what about black on black crime? Well, let them YNs rob your hoe ass. You said F them and they said F you. It's a dog eat dog world, right? We'll use an old dog and a young pup devoured you. It is what it is. I hate to be like this, but this is the society y'all want. You don't want to help the kids. And then when the kids are destitute and distraught, you want to whine. Someone do something. No, it's too late to do something. So it is what it is. You feel me? And shout out to Timeless because he understand. These niggas spend 8 hours a day playing video games, playing Fortnite, but you won't go mentor a kid for 2 hours. You'll play Fortnite whacking off in the corner for 8 hours, but you won't mentor a kid. No, that's some simp shit. That ain't my kid. Okay, cool. When that kid rob your hoe ass, I don't care. Why should the kid care? You don't care about the kid, so why should the kid care about robbing your ass? That kid need to do right. He didn't have nobody to teach him to do right. Why didn't you go out there and teach him how to do right? It would have took you 2 hours. Instead, you want to play GTA for 6 hours. So nigga, get carjacked then. I'm just saying, Tori, you get it, right? Like you can't whine. I always say this. It's like when the people talk about, imagine somebody is complaining about the dishes. Man, it's all them damn dishes in the sink. It's like, bro, you just put 5 dirty dishes in the sink. Did you wash them? No, man, because all them damn dishes in the sink. But you didn't even wash your own dishes. Why are you complaining about dirty dishes when you didn't even wash your own? A lot of people don't even be taking care of their own kids. They don't be helping their kids with homework, right? They don't even be mentoring and training their own kids, but then they're whining about what some other person's kid didn't do. You know what I mean? You've already have the blueprint. There's no excuses. If you don't know how to parent your kid, bro, use ChatGPT, use Claude AI, use Microsoft Copilot. It sounds funny to you, but they're going to give you a better answer than you could. You look in the mirror to yourself and you have no answer. So why not use AI? Other people try to give you advice. I know. If you know, then why haven't you done it? It's just like somebody with a car sitting in front of their house. Hey, here, let me show you how to put this engine in. I know. If you know how to put the engine in, why isn't your car running? If you know how to be a great parent, then why isn't your kid succeeding? And then you blame it on the system. The system is racist. Yeah, the system is racist, but you already knew that. So why didn't you set your kid up for success? You said the system is racist, which it is. It's anti-black, which it is. But then you're still relying on that same system to uplift and enfranchise your kid, to teach your kid about their own history that you don't even know and that you even haven't researched. Oh yeah, we'll let the W man do it. The same W man that you said was oppressing you and has their foot on your neck. Make it make sense, bruh. And man, I just had to go on a tangent, but man, thank y'all. That kind of triggered something in me. But you said it's like that. Nah, I appreciate you, Seduction. And you said the usual I'm not black is people trying to separate themselves from lower class. If you're highly likely to get lumped with the rest, it's best to say I'm not black. Well, Pedro, if you're not black, this probably ain't going to be the space for you, Pedro. But I mean, if you're Latino, I'll drop the link and you can come up over here. But anyone to say it's best to say I'm not black, then I really don't want you around me. And if you say I'm not black, just don't be trying to chime into black conversations. You just listen. You're an observer, right? If I was listening to Latino issues, I wouldn't try to chime in because I'm not Latino. If I was listening to Jewish issues, which I don't, I wouldn't try to chime in because I'm not Jewish. So people like Pedro saying it's best to say I'm not black, papi. Those are the people that I don't want around me. Because all the people that say I'm not black, they're the same ones that say nigga, nigga, nigga all day. Fat Joe ain't black and he says nigga more than anyone you know. They don't want, like the late Paul Mooney said, everybody wants to be a nigga, but nobody wants to be a nigga. That's okay if you're not black. Some people are quote unquote black and they identify as something else. Once you identify as something else, that's okay. It's just stay out of our mix. This is a black space. So we deal with black issues. Imagine you're on a team. Let me put it in NBA terms since people love sports, right? There's 3 teams, the Lakers, the Clippers, the Warriors, right? They're all in the same league, but they're not discussing plays with each other, right? If a Warrior player comes to the Lakers practice, they gonna stop talking like, hey, bro, what you doing? Salute to you, Steph, but you're not a Laker, bro. We talking Laker business here. So when we're talking about foundational Black American business, Pedro, you're not FBA, bro. So for one, why are you here? Which I'm not saying you can't be here. I'm just asking genuinely, why are you here in this space? Because we don't go to Latino spaces to listen and see, you know, what's going on with their issues. But a lot of times people always come to see what our issues. If you're not black, then just stay out of black business. Be a spectator, enjoy the lure of blackness, but just stay out of our mix. That's all we ask. And Timeless says exactly, yeah, we're not asking for much. Who said, absolutely. I have nephews and nieces. Their fathers do a great job and they get a little extra knowledge from me. I have some age and my siblings teach the kids, right? These kids are the future. I know people still want to have a hot girl summer and hot boy summer. The kids are the future. If you don't set the kids up for a better future, it's not truly the kids' fault. It's your fault. Think of it like this. There's a cake in a box. Betty Crocker, Duncan Hines. You are a baker. If you bake that cake and it comes out disgusting, are you going to blame the box of cake and the ingredients? Or are you going to blame the baker, right? Your kid is that box of cake. If that cake came out too runny or disgusting, wasn't the box of cake fault. It wasn't Duncan Hines' fault. It wasn't Betty Crocker's fault. It was whoever baked that cake, who raised that kid. And sometimes people are letting their kids be raised by video games, by rap music. Now I know people love to blame rap music, and I did a whole breakdown of why that's an illogical fallacy, but let's just go with that. If you're telling me that Lil Wayne, NBA Youngboy, and fill in the blank of said rapper has more influence and authority over your own household, look, people think I shouldn't be speaking on this because, hey, you're not a parent. Well, I'll say this. That's some rather pathetic parenting. If you let a rapper that's not in your house, that rapper's not paying your bills. That rapper's not putting food on your kid's table. When your kid plays football and they need some cleats, it's not that rapper that's saying nigga, nigga, nigga that's doing that. Yeah, of course your kid is going to be listening to rap, but to tell me that this rap has more influence over you as a parental unit, that's a failure on your part. Should John Wick have more authority over a parent? Should the game Fortnite have more authority as a parent? So I'm just saying, man, people just got to step up. And it's not just on the parents too. Teachers got to step up. Neighbors got to step up. All the people that love the Bible thumping Christian, love thy neighbor. You don't even know thy neighbor. How could you love thy neighbor that you don't know? You said I read it wrong. Well, come up here, Pedro. Like, I don't know. It's the way you put it. It just seemed incoherent, bruh. Come up here, Pedro, if you want. You said, yeah, that's what I'm saying. What do you mean, Pedro? And you said, and of course we got the low IQ lunatics are starting to roll in. You said, why do you care about what some random has to say? They're nobodies. All they do is copy us. Personally, I despise them. So the feeling is mutual. This person, I don't know if you're a real person. So we get a lot of trolls. So I can't truly acknowledge, the legitimacy of a troll comment. We said, if you got kids, your time is to get your act together and make sure them kids have what they need from you, the parent. If not, you have failed them. Correct. Like I said, if you baking the cake and the cake come out bad, it's not the cake's fault. Who baked that cake? Let's get back into it, bro. And just to be clear, this isn't about caring about what some random person says, because technically you're a random person. So you don't want me to care about what this random person says, but I should care about your random comment and you don't even have a picture. So I'm just saying it's like a little bit contradictory with your comment, but I get what you're saying though. So no one is pressed like, oh my God, a Mexican made a racist joke about us. No, this is to wake certain people up because some people are convinced and still believe that there's this mythical black and brown coalition. There never has been, right? And most likely there never will be, not because we haven't tried. It's just if you are inherently anti-black in your disposition and ideology, that's not conducive for coalition building. But let's get into it though.
Respect and insult them? Because it looks pathetic. When ICE pulls up in your neighborhoods, they drag your mom, your dad out their cars and send them back to Mexico, and you're making your videos crying, panicking, and then you make videos talking about, where are all the black people at? Why aren't they protesting? Why aren't they with us? It looks so bipolar when you get on the internet and do shit like this, cucaracha. When you get on the internet and go on rants like Ashley Gonzalez, and then you go in the comment section of those videos talking about, I stand with Ashley Gonzalez, all over the internet. Every time you go to a video and it has to do with a black person or with black people, in the comment section, you go in there and you see white people talking about black fatigue. It's always them. They were better off as slaves. And then here comes the Mexicans to join the white people in expressing anti-black sentiments. I mean, is this your idea of a joke? Oh, you know, all these other people don't want black babies, but I do, because I want a personal slave at home. You think that's funny? To grab a people's struggle, a struggle that literally changed a whole people's entire identity, culture. And there's literally videos where you see a Mexican and a black person having a disagreement, tension, even a fight, an argument. And then sometimes you'll see the black person in the video say something like, I'm going to call ICE on you. And as a result, you see a bunch of Mexicans in the comment section talk about, you see, that's why we stand with Ashley Gonzalez. Then why do you
And honestly, that's not even the same, because there have been some people, you know, which, hey, they shouldn't say that, right? Hey, I'm going to call ICE on you. If you're being morally sound and principled, hey, you shouldn't say that, right? But why should we care if someone says, I'm going to call ICE on you, when how many times have we heard, hey, go back to Africa? I'm not from Africa, never been, and probably never will go. Not because I hate Africa or nothing against Africa. I'm just saying, I'm not African, but you had to endure, go back to Africa, go back to Africa. When people are saying, hey, I'm going to call ICE on you, they're usually saying it to someone who's undocumented. Now, we can make a morally sound argument that they shouldn't be threatening people. And, you know, it's terrifying for someone that is undocumented to, you know, have ICE called on them. We can make those arguments, but saying, hey, I'm going to call ICE on you versus this racist Latina cop calling black people niggers, saying she hates us, calling us monkeys, right? Someone saying I'm going to call ICE on you is conceding, hey, I don't have any power to do anything to you outside maybe, you know, smack you up like a piñata, which I'm not advocating for. But what I'm saying is, when they say I'm going to call ISIS, they say, hey, this is a nation of laws. Why didn't you just comply? I'm going to call ICE, right? There's nothing inherently anti-Latino about that. Like, bro, you're undocumented, right? Nobody says I'm going to call ICE on people that are U.S. citizens, right? They may have some other slurs or epithets or whatever. All I'm saying is, someone saying that they may call ICE on you is enough for some Latinos to say, see, we're justified in our anti-blackness. They want to call ICE on us. And many of these people already know, right? They were calling us pinche mayate before this whole hoopla around ICE. They were practicing blancamiento before this hoopla around ICE. Mejoró la raza. ICE didn't come up with that term. So this whole, you guys were mean, you said you were going to call ICE. Come on now. That's not why you were anti-black. Like, just stop with the pathetic lies.
Say something like, I'm going to call ICE on you. And as a result, you see a bunch of Mexicans in the comment section talk about, you see, that's why we stand with Ashley Gonzalez. Then why do you expect black people to...
Okay, cool. I had to make sure, but you said I'm not a troll, fam. Just a brother from down south who's baffled by this acknowledgement of Hispanics. They're irrelevant in my world. Well, this is a limited world view, and salute to the brother. I'm in California, which is the belly of the beast for illegal immigration and for foundational Black American displacement. And I think that you do need to start waking up, because just as much as you saying, Hispanics are irrelevant in your world. That's how you see it now. And this is only mainly because the Trump admin got in office and they kind of turned the water off a little bit for the open borders. But if you look at places like Atlanta, massive Mexican population now. That was over the past couple of years. People don't realize when Biden opened the border, he let in over some on the low end. Let's just go with the low end, 10 million. Some say 20 million plus. And before Biden was getting in the office, they had said prior to Biden getting into office that it was already 20 plus million undocumented people. So prior to Biden getting into office, they were saying the Hill was reporting 22 million undocumented. And then Biden, like I said, let's just allegedly go with the low number of 10 million. That would mean over 32 million undocumented people in a span of less than 10 years. Where did all these people go? They have to live somewhere. They have to work somewhere. What sectors do you think they're going to work in? You from down south, brother. It's a lot of brothers that used to work construction. Now you see all the crews, all Latino. And even when they want to make diversity, they hire Latino women and they say, look, see, this is DEI. DEI includes women. Women are minorities. And these are undocumented people of color. So that's the diversity. Look at Chicago. They brought in a bunch of Trinidad. Chicago already had a bunch of Mexicans, and then they brought in a bunch of Venezuelans. Biden had gave 750,000 Venezuelans asylum. Now Trump is trying to reverse all of that, or the TPS, etc. Look at the Carolinas. I mean, they have a heavy population, I think, of Koreans in Atlanta now. Remember, they used to call Atlanta Blatlanta? Can't really do that no more. And as much as you think, oh, no, it's not a big deal, this is how they'll displace you. You'll say it's not a big deal, and then you'll wake up in 10, 20 years, and the place that you thought was a black city will no longer be. See, there's a bunch of Hispanic cities, but those Hispanic cities aren't flipping to black cities. But what they do is they look at where the most pockets of black people are, and they drop a bunch of Hispanics there. And then they frame it as this is a nation of immigrants built by immigrants, right, to pacify you. Okay, if the immigrants are so amazing, you love their food and culture, and they're so much better than the blacks, why don't these people want to live next to them? Nobody wants to live next to them. So guess where they drop them at? Here. I'll pull up videos. Immigrants in New York could barely even speak English. But guess what? They didn't want a bunch of immigrants there. Chinatown. Most of the people from Chinatown are immigrants. But they don't want a bunch of immigrants over there. So where do they put all these immigrants that nobody wants? In the black neighborhood. And they displace the neighborhood, so then it becomes no longer black. Oakland, California. Like I said, I'm in the belly of the beast. Oakland, California in the 90s was 47% black. Now it's 17% black, mainly replaced and displaced by a bunch of undocumented Latinos. And then when they frame, this is a nation of immigrants, so you should be okay if a bunch of immigrants get flooded into your neighborhood. In places like California, they say, hey, we help people regardless of immigration status. So that means that they're eligible for all of this stuff. And on top of that, there's a bunch of refugee resettlement programs. There's a bunch of NGO programs that help exclusively immigrants. This ain't just a West Coast thing. It's coming down south. So true Pilgrim, I would say you got to wake up and you got to rally the troops, bro, because as much as you think that this ain't a real thing, it's going to be realer. You know, I mean, look at Florida, right? The Cubanos run Florida. Cubanos are what? Hispanic. But again, there's no race called Hispanic. So all those are just ethnically white Cubans, you know, or excuse me, racially white Cubans who are ethnically Hispanic. So they play that game. Oh, look, look, the Hispanics, oh my God, the Hispanic vote is going to the GOP. And then you look at the Hispanics they're talking about, it's a bunch of white Hispanics like Nick Fuentes, white Hispanic, Cameron Diaz, white Hispanic, David Pacman, white Hispanic. You know that guy, Charlie Sheen? His name isn't Charlie Sheen. His last name is Estevez, white Hispanic. Let's get back into it.
Want to come protest with you when it comes to ICE raids. Why is it that although it was white people that came from Europe, invaded, committed genocide against our people, and created a system literally specifically to oppress our people, did black people come here to enslave you?
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it.
You to create a system that targets you. Did they create ICE and decide that if you look illegal, we can stop you and check for your documentation? Did black people come up with that idea? Or was it your beloved white people? Because how is it possible that the people that literally came here to ruin you, and to this day, policy after policy, generation after generation, literally target you, and yet in return, you worship them?
Now, they love to talk about Stockholm Syndrome. I mean, this can be a form of Stockholm Syndrome, kind of like the Japanese people, right? The W's, they dropped a whole atomic bomb on them. But if you look on Twitter and you look at all their hatred and vitriol, guess who it's towards? Black people. They'll turn around and subscribe to all these racial tropes. Black people are dumb. They too stupid to organize. They're too stupid to figure things out. You guys couldn't even invent the wheel. So we're stupid, we're low IQ, we're unorganized, and we're lazy. But then at the same time, we're this almighty powerful group that's oppressing them. Make it make sense. I thought we were too stupid to oppress you, right? And then how didn't you outsmart us? How are you letting this alleged low IQ group outsmart you, right? They love to bring up DEI, which mainly benefits white people. Love to bring up affirmative action, mainly benefits white people, right? But these are the high IQs that are constantly whining and feigning victimhood. And then you have these white Latinos and the adjacent whites, you know, the wannabe whites, the wannabe Blancos, right? They're over there getting smacked up at the border. Trump said they're bringing crime. They're not sending their best. They're sending grapists. He called them grapists. He called them criminals. He said they were coming from shithole countries. It wasn't a bunch of black people saying that. But guess what the collective Latino community said? I will vote for Donald Trump. He said, build the wall. I will vote for Donald Trump. He said, get them out of here. Mass deportation. I will vote for Donald Trump. And then, okay, fine. You voted for Donald Trump and now he's getting your people up out there. And instead of blaming the person that voted for you, the person that said you were a disgusting person that came from a shithole, somehow they're making it about black people. How cowardly and pathetic could you be?
Meanwhile, the people that have also been put through these things, people that were also colonized by the same people in the same land, and yet somehow, some way, for whatever reason, black people are the ones that we don't like.
Sunlight says our last names were stripped from us, yet these people give up their last names for white ones. Yeah, they gave up their names for white ones and Spaniard names, which Spaniard is, Spaniards are European. And they love, if you say European, they won't let you say that European is a multi-racial continent, right? It's a wide continent. Okay, fine. Spain is in the heart of Europe. So that means Spain is a white society, right? Even the whole people, Mexican speaking Spanish, that's not your language. That's the colonizers' language, right? When they try to tell us, y'all don't even have our own language. Spanish is not your language. Sorry, Mexicans, it's not. Mexico was a slave colony. There were indigenous black people there. There were enslaved Africans there. It was a multitude of phenotypes and ethnicities there lumped into one because it was a slave colony, right? So there were indigenous languages spoke, but the Mexicans, the Blanco ruling class said, hey, white mommy and daddy is our savior. So we're going to speak Spanish here. Because that's what they colonized them with. They love to say, hey, we helped slaves. No, what happened was there was a black Mexican, and he was the one helped the slaves. But guess what the Blancamientos done? They assassinated him. They always leave that part out, right? The black Mexican helped black slaves seek seek passage, right? In refuge, right? But they always say that we helped y'all. Who is we? You're not an Afro-Mexican. You're not a Negrito. So who is the we we're talking about? And fine, let's just say that y'all did tell the full story. And the full story is the black Mexican president helped other black slaves and the white Mexicans assassinated him for it because they wanted to kiss white mommy and daddy's butt. It just is what it is. Let's get back into it.
So we like to the point that we worship the ones that came here to hurt us, but the people that we have a common struggle with, that were put through the same things as us on the same land, we don't like. And why is it that Mexicans seem to only have such animosity for black people, and yet black people are the only ones that you demand to come help you? Where all the black people at? Why is it that the people that you show the most animosity towards, the most dislike towards, the only people that you demand that they come stand with you and fight against oppression, against injustice? You don't ask white people to come help you with injustice and oppression, although white people are the ones that you kiss ass to the most.
M.A., you heard it from the Mexican man, and I'm going to get right back into the video. But again, many of these people technically are racially white. They're racially white, but yet they can't even reach out to other white people. So this is why they get frustrated, and then they pivot. No, I'm Latino. I'm Hispanic. Yeah, you're a white Hispanic. So shouldn't the white people be helping you? But no, they look at you and they start cue the Kendrick Lamar. They not like us. So they might say, yeah, you may be Caucasian, but you ain't white. And then they say, yeah, you're white, but you ain't white, or you ain't quite white, or you're not white enough. And even with whiteness, there's hierarchies within whiteness. Some WASP, some Heritage American doesn't think their whiteness is on the same level as some white dude from Bosnia. It just doesn't. Now, will they unite to subjugate and oppress other non-white people? Of course. But when there's no non-white people around, then you start to see the hierarchies of whiteness. Otherwise, tell a Frenchman that he's no different than an Italian person, and an Italian person that he's no different than an Irishman, and an Irishman that he's no different than a German. Right? Yeah, they'll come together when it's time to put the boot on someone else's neck. But if it's only white people around, then a hierarchy will start to ensue because this is their culture. This is their system. This is their construct. Look at all the movies that people love, right? When they got Vikings, right? They love to talk about white on white crime, but then they'll praise a Viking movie. When these Vikings go on the raids, what racial group are the people that they're raiding? Have you guys seen these Viking shows? Have you seen what they did to women? RAPE. Have you seen what they did to kids? Have you seen them enslave people? Have you seen them beat and brutalize people? Who are those white Vikings brutalizing? So when there's no black people around, you see what it looks like. And these people weren't calling them each other whites, right? Polish people weren't calling themselves white. German people weren't calling themselves white. It was a construct to unite these separate ethnic cultures under a banner to just say, hey, look, we're dying out, but if we come together as one, then we can subjugate the planet. That's really all whiteness was about, because otherwise they would still be fighting each other and beating each other over upside the head, right? When you look at all of these Spartan movies, this is Sparta, right? Those people weren't considered white, but now because you've seen a Hollywood movie, you think that the Spartans are white. Okay, fine. The Spartans are white. What other racial demographic were they mainly going around fighting? But when you see a bunch of white Spartans fighting other white Spartans, you don't see it as white on white crime. No, dude, that was just war. Okay, was it crime, violence, and barbarism or not? Right now, the people that love to say, what about Chicago? Okay, take Chicago, take Oakland, take Baltimore, take St. Louis. Take any other degenerate black city that you want to claim as a disgusting crap hole, right? Take the murder rates of all of those cities, combine them for the last 50 years. Combine all of those cities for the last 50 years, and it won't even come close to what white Russians are doing to white Ukrainians. Hundreds of thousands of bodies, limbs amputated, so much that there was a report that they had to they were giving Viagra. I might have to pull this up. They wrote it into the bill that they had to have some expenses to give these dudes Viagra and prostitutes because they were demoralized from the war. So they were dangling, hey, look, bro, we gonna give you some baddies. We're gonna give you some OnlyFans cooch. Don't take my word for it. Look it up. You know what I mean? So this is where we're at with this. And the Tory experience says, I grew up in a largely Hispanic city, El Paso. We had a bunch of Hispanics that wore makeup 3 times lighter than their skin tone to appear white. It never worked, but we called them fresas, foolish. You see what I'm saying? That's the whole term, blancamiento, mejoró la raza, which means advance, improve, lighten, brighten, and whiten the race. They're not expecting you to know this because even though what's understood need not be explained. So even if someone doesn't explicitly use that terminology of mejoró la raza, blancamiento, they still practice it, right? There's countless videos where there's people like Lefty Gunplay, other people that say, hey, their daughter and like Frank Nitty, Mr. Gritty, putting on for the biddy. I didn't even know you was in here. Yeah, the Blanco ruling class. It's not just the Blanco class. It's the ruling class. All you got to do is look at Telemundo, look at Univision. All they do is promote the lighter, whiter Hispanics, i.e. Cameron Diaz. Cameron Diaz is a Latina. But when you see her, you just see a little white girl. But she's more than that, right? It's more complex identity. Jessica Alba did a DNA test and she was shocked because she was white. It's like, yeah. She was like, oh my God, I thought I was Latina. No, you still are Latina. You're a white Latina. And this is what gets me because these people pretend to be, y'all niggas is dumb. Okay, how can't you figure this out? That there's a difference between race, ethnicity, nationality, and then they can't contend with my arguments because this one is the main one that people love to say, race is a social construct. Okay, fine. If you concede that race is a social construct, which, hey, I'll concede that for you. If race is a social construct, you can't tell me then that race is a social construct, but ethnicity is a biological reality. No, if race is a social construct, then you automatically concede that ethnicity is a social construct. Religion is a social construct. Nations are social construct. Tribal membership, those are social construct. There's no race called Cherokee. There's no race called Indigenous. There's no race called Seminole. There's no race called Blackfoot. There's no race called Scottish. There's no race called Brazilian, right? these are all social constructs if we want to get technical. So how technical are we getting? So then once they finally concede and say, okay, cool, we can go with race. Okay, fine. Since you came around to my side and you want to go with race, and we already conceded that there's no race called Hispanic and there's no race called Latino, then you have to ask, what race are these people? You can be a Black Hispanic and an Asian Hispanic. So clearly Hispanic is not a race. Sammy Sosa is a Latino. Does anyone think that Sammy Sosa is the same race as Cameron Diaz? Nick Fuentes. Does anyone think that Nick Fuentes and Sammy Sosa are the same race? But hold on, they're both Latino. They're both Hispanic. Thought it was a race.
Americans literally at this point worship white people. So why not ask them to help you? Stand against ICE. Do you know how ridiculous it looks to complain about ICE when 9 times out of 10, when ICE comes to get your parents, they look like you? Oh, black people, come help us. ICE is coming to get us.
Yeah, this is one of the most disingenuous and disgusting parts of the ICE out, right? They're wanting foundational Black Americans to go crash out for ICE when how many times do I have to pull up the video? I will vote for Donald Trump. Like they knew what he was going to do when they said still. He said he was going to do mass deportations. He said he was going to build a wall. He called them criminals. He called their homeland shitholes. And they still said they were going to vote for him. So what am I crashing out again? Then go look at the Border Patrol. Did you know most Border Patrol are Latino? Did you know most of the ICE agents, Latino? So the majority or a significant amount of ICE is Latino. A significant amount of Border Patrol is Latino. Significant amount of Latinos voted for Trump who's deporting them, but they're calling on Black people to help them? Make this make sense, bro. And I appreciate you for still rocking out the Tory experience, you know what I mean? You could have been anywhere in the world. Y'all chose to be here with me, at least momentarily. And for that, I thank you. And you said, I'm just saying respectfully, who gives AF if Hispanics whiten their skin? How does that affect us as FBA? Well, this stream isn't about that. And it's like, and True Pilgrim, hey, bruh, like, I'm sure there's some other streams that you can, that you can watch. You know what I mean? You don't got to stick here. Other people know what I'm saying. Sounds like you want to be a little bit nitpicky and pedantic, bro, because you didn't respond to anything that I said, right? You said it was no Hispanics where you were down south, and actually they are, bro. They're, you know what I mean? They're being dumped in multiple places down south. I could pull it up in real time. So, this isn't about how they whiten their skin. So it sounds like you just looking to like be nitpicky just for the sake. All these other people, Tory says I'm spitting. And then you over here, man, who cares about their skin? Nigga, I don't care about their skin either, bro. This is a broadcast. I'm reacting to what's being said. You know what I mean? And look, so that's what I'm saying. Bro is trying to act like, man, I don't even see him. And she says she live in the South. They are here. They're there in large numbers. But honestly, this is how you get displaced by people like True Pilgrim. Who cares about their skin? Who cares about this? This ain't about their skin. I'm talking about political power. I'm talking about enfranchisement. This ain't about if they bleach their skin. This ain't about if they like us. No one is saying, hey, please, Hispanics, do you like us? No one is saying that. And many people in your area, especially down south, the politicians have sold out. The politicians, they go and pander to Hispanics. Name what state you in. Name whatever state you in, because you keep saying you down south. It's a lot of places down south. I can guarantee you, if I pull up whatever state that you say you at, I can guarantee you that it's either a Black politician that has been caping for Hispanics harder than they have for Blacks. But you like, man, who cares? Who cares? Who cares? And that's why your city is probably, if they haven't already been displaced, it will be displaced because no one cares. But like I said, bro, you can tune into a different stream, bro. Thank you, Tori. At least somebody is listening. Let's get back into it.
But ICE looks like you. They're your people. You want another race of people, the ones that you don't even like, to come help you? Meanwhile, your own people are coming to get you, coming to get your parents to send you the hell out of here? Make it make sense. Why aren't we asking Indians, Chinese, Japanese, Russians, Palestinians? Why aren't we asking any other people? Why is it always Black Americans that we demand to come help us fight injustice? And yet, they are the only ones that we collectively have so much against. Every time a Mexican American goes viral for some racist shit, it's always racist shit against Black people. All the time. When have you seen a Mexican or a Mexican American go viral for saying racist shit against Chinese, Japanese, Vietnamese, Koreans, Hmong, Laos, Filipino?
And first, I got to give a humongous shout out to the lovely Tori experience. And matter of fact, hold on, let me see. I might have to, I'm going to go to my stream if I can. I'm going to try to put Tori in blue because I do appreciate you because, you know, money talks and you know, she's leading, you know, with logic and a little bit of loot. So salute to Tori experience for the love. But she said you aren't thinking logically, you are thinking emotionally. Stop and critically think. And then Mr. True Pilgrim, salute to you, brother, because I appreciate you rocking out, bro. So this ain't no sort of disdain or anything like that. But this is a little starting to get a little bit of incoherent babbling, bro, because you said you're in VA. Your governor has turned us into a sanctuary state. So if you get it, how are you saying that these people are nobodies and they're irrelevant when they turned your city and your state into a sanctuary state? Where could foundational Black Americans seek? And however you identify, if you identify as an Israelite, where could the Israelites go seek asylum? Where could the Moors, you know, whatever you identify, where could they go seek sanctuary? There's nowhere for you to seek sanctuary, but they're telling people from across the globe, give us your sick, you're tired, you're poor. There's plenty of Black people that are sick, tired, and poor in VA. And they don't give a damn. They're asking from people here, bring us people from another land. They're telling you, hey, go to Planned Parenthood and abort your kid. And then they're telling these immigrants to come over and have a baby because your babies will grant you citizenship. That's what they call anchor babies. Those babies anchor them here. But you're saying there are nobodies. Those nobodies are having more babies than Americans. If I'm an undocumented immigrant, just put yourself like the lovely Tory experiences said, think critically. If I was an undocumented immigrant, what would be the first order of business? I'm undocumented. I came here illegally. What would be your first order of business? To have a baby and as many babies as you can, because regardless, those babies anchor you here. You see it every time. What do they say? They're ripping families apart, and then they show a parent crying with their 5 kids. And then you start thinking, damn, that is sad. And man, I can only imagine if that was my kid. So now they play on your heartstrings. So now you don't care if this person came here illegally. Other people see that. So if they know that, why wouldn't I come here and have a baby? Hey, look, man, yeah, I'm undocumented. Yeah, I came here illegally, but look, I got 3 kids and those kids are American citizens. And then this whole thing, who's going to pick the fruit? You think they're coming over here to have babies to pick the fruit? If you're in VA, I could pull it up in real time, True Pilgrim. There's an unemployment crisis out there, especially for Black people. Guess who they're going to hire over the Black people? There are a bunch of Black people in VA that was doing construction. Not anymore. It was a bunch of Black people in VA that worked in fast food. Go to fast food. It used to be Black teenagers. Now it's a bunch of grown, undocumented immigrants. You mean to tell me that Black people can't do landscaping? Not in Virginia, they don't. And on top of that, there's a bunch of Latino and Hispanic politicians running out there in VA. They're not running anything for the Black community. They're not running anything for people of color, marginalized groups, or minorities. They're running it specifically for immigrants and then for their specific nationality. But you're saying, man, they're nobodies. They're nobodies. Well, they're wielding a lot more political power than you are in Virginia. That seems to be somebody. And this type of thinking is why they're going to replace and displace you. Yeah, you'll be there, but you'll be there just as the political doormat that they step, poop, and piss on. And then all you'll have to do is, just kind of whine, you know what I mean? Because you haven't taken the time, you haven't taken this as serious. So you're not going to organize because you're just saying, man, they're nobodies, man. Who cares about them? Oh, man, who cares if they lighten their skin? It's not about them lightening their skin. It's once they lighten their skin, they're lightening their skin to get closer to whiteness. And the main way that you get closer to whiteness is by throwing black people under the bus, by revealing your disdain and anti-blackness, right? So while you'll say they're nobodies and then you look like, oh, damn, that's another congressman. Now, if you standing on the block, you're a nobody. This person is a congressman, right? They're not bringing a bunch of people over here just to be nobodies. And let me just get back into the video, though. Salute to y'all in the chat.
Germans, Irish, Indians, Polish, never.
Navan, the #1 rated business travel platform, lets your team book work travel.
Mexicans and Mexican Americans are always going viral for saying some racist shit about black people. And yet, when we collectively are in trouble or are facing injustice, we want those same people that we always go viral for disrespecting, for being.
So True Pilgrim, you says, I view them as enemies, no more, no less. Well, if they're enemies, how could you say that they're nobodies? Your enemies are not nobodies. Your enemies are a threat. So like I'm saying, like you kind of like being all over the place, bro. Imagine in the height of the gang violence, the Crips saying, man, the Bloods is nobodies. Like, bro, the Bloods just did a drive-by on your hood. Like, what do you mean they're nobody? They're enemies. And then you're saying they're peons. Yeah, you're looking at it maybe in a physical sense, like, yeah, I may be able to physically dominate them, or hey, maybe I got more swag than them. But in terms of numbers, and usually they start off as peons, right? That's what they did in California. Hey, senor, we love you. You know what I mean? We listen to rap music, right? And then they get their numbers up and then they start calling you pinche mayate and nigger and stuff like that. And you can't fight all of them. And this is what Afro Man said. He moved out of LA because he got tired of the Latinos saying nigga so much and calling them nigga. And he was like, man, I couldn't fight all of them. You know what I mean? And that's what this is what the strategy is. The great replacement, right? It's not a theory, it's a strategy. It's not to replace white people, because many of these Hispanics actually are white or identify as white. Is to bring enough people so they can dilute our justice claim. Hey, look, America isn't bad. Look at the Asians. Look at those model minorities. Hey, look at these Hispanics. You know, they work so much harder than the lazy blacks, right? So no, I think that the way that you even seeing them as peons is like extremely misguided. But even a peon, you can get knocked out by a peon, right? You got to see that peon as a power puncher, right? That peon needs to be seen as Mike Tyson. Otherwise, you ain't going to take the threat serious. Almost like the tortoise and the hare. Oh man, that's a slow tortoise, man. I ain't taking that tortoise serious. And next thing you know, the tortoise won the race. Oh man, they're just some peons, man. I ain't taking them serious. Then you look around and your city is displaced. If they're enemies, then why aren't you treating them like an enemy? Have you not read The Art of War? Sun Tzu would be extremely disappointed. They're enemies, yet you don't care about them. Make it make sense, bro. Kind of babbling incoherently. We can benefit from this dialogue. I worked in nonprofit until I realized they used black bodies for government grants to benefit undocumented people and Hispanics mostly. And this is what I'm trying to say. True Pilgrim doesn't care because he's saying, oh, they see us as our enemies. This is what your enemy is doing. But you're saying you don't care and they're peons. The peons, they're organizing and they're exploiting this. It's just what they always do. Black people were lynched. Black people were mass incarcerated. Oh my God, look at the blacks. Sharecropping, debt peonage, Highway Commission Act where we ran highways straight through black neighborhoods. You know what I mean? Mass incarceration for the blacks. Black racial housing covenants. Black people were lynched. Black. That's all you hear. But when it's time to dole out justice, then they start saying black and brown. So there wasn't no black and brown people getting lynched, right? There weren't no black and brown people suffering through Jim Crow. But when it's time to repair something, then suddenly it turns into black and brown and people of color and all this other type of stuff. And like Tori hit it on the head, they're using this ignorance to their benefit. Because remember, they're enemies, so you need to be treating them like enemies. Yeah, I mean, Timeless gets it, bro. If they're enemies, then yeah, it's time for war. And make no mistake, we are in a war. Not of our making, but we definitely are in a class war and unfortunately a race war.
Races towards who we want help from. Make it make sense.
Just kidding. But also, that's the best chances that I have as somebody close to me becoming a pro athlete. If by the age of 10, I notice that he sucks at sports, he's annoying, and he be stealing and doing all that stuff, then I'm just going to send his ass back and try again. Hopefully.
Cucaracha. Oh, I was just joking, Ricardo. If you like jokes, make jokes about how stupid we are. Over 50% of Latinos voted for Trump. There's plenty of jokes to be made from that. If you want to make jokes at the fact that ICE agents are dragging us out the house, out our vehicles, throwing us in a truck, and sending us a la chingada pa Mexico. Meanwhile, those ICE agents look just like us. There's plenty of jokes to make about that. Or how about this? You like jokes? I got another one for you. Joke about the fact that under Trump's administration, Latinos are targeted specifically, and yet you see a bunch of Latinos get tattoos with Trump's face, Trump's name on them. You like jokes? Make fun of the fact that so many Latinos and Latinas voted for Trump, and when he won, so many Latinos and Latinas started to make videos celebrating, dancing. And a lot of these people that celebrated and made videos dancing because Trump won were also the ones to come back to do another video crying because one of their relatives, their mother, their father, their uncle, their aunt, their husband, their wife got deported. You like jokes? Make fun of this shit. Before you want to go over there and make fun of black people for whatever reasons, stick right here. Keep it at home. There's plenty of pendejadas that we have done and keep doing.
Okay, so I'm going to transition into this next video. Now, this one will be a banger. So shout out to Carlos 361. Carlos, shout out to Carlos. But yeah, so this is going to be another video from Ricardo Ignacio, but this one is going to be touching in on, and this is not just exclusive to any specific like Hispanic group. This is just for biracial people. And I'm talking about biracial people in the black community. Now, we are the only ones that truly accept biracial people. Like, we gotta like call it what it is. And I think people do need to stop forcing or trying to coerce people who are biracial to identify as black. Because since race, let's just go with it, right? Race is a social construct. So if it's a social construct, you need social adherence to it. And things can be and are fluid, which is why Italians weren't considered white and now they are. Irish people weren't considered white and now they are, right? It's the same thing with the one drop rule. Yeah, that was very rigid and now people are saying, no, it's not, right? And we're going to get right into this thing, but I always tell people, right? Think about this. If you have 3 scoops of vanilla ice cream and you put 1 drop of chocolate syrup, is that now chocolate ice cream? Now, I know some people get cringe because they think, oh, damn, why are you comparing people to food? This is not to offend anyone. This is not to trigger anyone. So let me give you all a disclaimer, because I know there's some people out there that have been traumatized by being biracial. They're not black enough, or they think that, hey, I'm biracial, don't try to call me black and put me in one box. All we're saying is that, hey, since it is a social construct, we do have to have some principles and guidelines. Right? There has to be some sort of social adherence. And our adherence has been to the one drop rule. Now, not everyone accepted that, right? But in the black community, we looked at people and said, Mariah Carey, you are black. Steph Curry, you are black. Vanessa Williams, you are black. One drop, it is. But on the flip side, those people can't look, and Mariah Carey can't say that she's white. But why not, though? Oh, because the one drop. So you can't tell me that the one drop works only one way. If it is, then tell me that. Break down the science, right? One drop automatically makes you what? Black? No, but then again, like, what do you mean by black, though? Because one drop doesn't automatically make you foundational Black American. So you see, with this social construct and this ethnic makeup, it can get a bit convoluted. So I understand why some people may have a bit of an identity crisis. However, it's up to you to seek and sort that out. And sometimes people like to play these games where they'll say, hey, I'm biracial. I identify as both, which I respect that. But then others, they try to jump back and forth and say, no, I'm black just like you. No, actually, you're not. You said you were mixed. You said you were biracial. That's different than me. Don't say we're the same, because the same means identical. And there's nothing wrong with being different. But sometimes people will say they're different and they're the same at the same time. No, you're not. Embrace your differences. So let's get into this video, right? And this one, I'm definitely going to have to stop, because this one is going to trigger some people, right? Especially, the bunny hoppers, the Brad and bunny hoppers, and, the suspected bed wenches. Y'all may not like what I have to say, but I will be impartial and objective. Let's get into it. So this is another one from Ricardo Ignacio. This one is titled, Biracial Girl Says Stop Having Kids with White People. Now, love who you love, do who you do. However, if you having kids with anti-black people, you are a disgusting and a grotesque individual that are setting, you're ruining people's lives. Let's just call it what it is. You know what I mean?
Reproducing with white people. Stop reproducing with white people. Y'all literally pick the worst type of white people to reproduce with. Y'all literally pick the ones that sit there talking about, well, white people went through slavery too. Shut the absolute up. It's so crazy.
So True says, biracial people have always been considered part of the Black American community. Frederick Douglass, Booker T. Washington are prime examples. They both predate the one drop rule. And that's what I'm trying to say. We have been the only ones that accept biracial people. We say, you biracial? Nah, bro, you black. You one of us. Because we know that the other side won't accept you. So we said, hey, come over here with us. We'll accept you. And both of those people, Frederick Douglass, he saw himself as a black or a colored man. Booker T. Washington saw himself as a black or a colored man. Like you said, it predates the one drop rule, and it predates the whole concept of being biracial, right? Because things were much more rigid there, right? But then things changed. So if the biracial rigidity changed and the one drop rule changed, people's perspective on how they see the intersection of race and nationality changed as well. It's ultimately up how you identify. That's the whole point of what people call the construct, right? You have a right to what's called your intellectual sovereignty, right? So, yes, someone could be mixed race and they can say, hey, I'm mixed race, but I identify as a black person. Right. And we as the community will accept that. However, if that person is mixed race, then they're mixed with something else. In this American context, when we say the one drop rule or the mixed, especially when it comes to the one drop of what they would call Negroid blood, It only works one way. And this is where it gets, contradictory. See, we don't mind. Of course, Booker T. Washington, of course, Frederick Douglass, Obama, all these other people we call black. But then when you start looking at those other people, did they call themselves black or did you call them black? And a lot of times it's you calling them black and trying to impose blackness on them, which is why people have, I know black poppy. I'm not black, I'm Nigerian. I'm not black, I'm Haitian. All these other people used to say, why y'all call yourselves black? Black is just a color. It ain't no country called black. All these other people, they hated black. Even to this day, people think we're stupid for calling ourselves black. And then when we say, you know what? Stay out of our black business, then it turns into you can't gatekeep blackness. I'm black just like you. It's like, I thought you were rejecting blackness. Whenever they want to, they'll say, I'm not black, I'm mixed. You can't try to force me into blackness. And then you look at them and then they say, nigga, 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 nigga. I'm like, why are you saying nigga so much? Well, I'm black. No, you're not. You're mixed, right? No, I got one drop of blackness and that's why I'll say nigga. Notice that this one drop of blackness is always about saying nigga. They never say I got one drop of blackness and that's why I want to build a boys and girls club for the community. I have one drop of blackness and that's why I support reparations. I have one drop of blackness and that's why I'm fighting for specific ethnic tangible policies for Black Americans. They never do that. That one drop, all they want to do is say nigga. Funny, right? You said Ricardo makes great points about anti-black racism in his community. However, he is skeptical about lineage-based cash payment reparations for American freedmen of chattel slavery. Well, I mean, I expect that from everybody. You know what I mean? I haven't seen that, but I expect it. But even being skeptical, what does that actually mean? You know what I mean? Because most people are skeptical about it. So, and on top of that, my support and my advocacy for it is not contingent upon what he says. I'm sure that I'll play a bunch of videos I agree with, and then they'll find some videos that I disagree with, right? But I'm only focusing on this specific topic, you know what I mean? And I'll always tell you this already. We have no allies. Groups don't have allies. They have interests. So even if there's an individual ally, there's no collective allies. So I don't look to see that, oh, okay, do they support reparations? So I'll only react to their content if they support reparations. I'm already under the assumption that most of these groups don't. Most melanated immigrants don't support it unless they can get something out of it, like i.e. Byron Donald, I don't support reparations because my mama wouldn't get it. Bruh, you're an immigrant. Nothing against immigration, but it's like, bruh, you immigrated here. Like, you can't immigrate into a lineage and justice claim. But since we've been so all-inclusive and just under this flat blackness, generic African-American term, everyone has been able to just jump in and tether. And then even when you look at Obama was never calling himself black, right? He said he identified, I'm African-American, which he is, right? He's Kenyan-American to be more poignant with it, right? So that's why he doesn't mind saying that. He doesn't truly see himself as black because he's biracial. You know what I mean? And other people call him that, right? And so then he like kind of embraced that. But when you put a mic in front of him, he's called himself biracial multiple times. Michelle Obama has called him biracial multiple times. And he said he identifies as an African-American. African-American, it should mean black, but it doesn't inherently mean black. Zoran Mamdani, is he black? No, but he said that he was African-American. He's an Indian born in Ugandan, African, and he has American citizenship. You put those two together, what do you have? An African-American. Now, I know people, no, it's not supposed to mean that. Yeah, it's not supposed to mean that, but these are how these terms have been very vague, broad, and nebulous so that they can be all inclusive and people can tether and leech onto them, which is why they love using terms like that. African-American to try to make you comparable to immigrants, even though there's no immigrants in my family or in my lineage, right? And then they use terms like people of color. Who the hell are they talking about? Someone that didn't even identify as a color. Marginalized group. Who are they talking about? Anyone. Underserved communities. Who are they talking about? Anyone. You see what I'm saying? So all of these terms are just terms to ethnically erase and displace, or to use our plight, but to allow other people to benefit from it based on the broadness of these terms.
I don't know how many times I gotta say this, that as a biracial black person, stop reproducing with white people. Stop reproducing with white people. Y'all literally pick the worst type of white people to
Now you see this young lady on the screen. She's extremely light, but in our community, we would call her black. But she's biracial. She's black and white. So if she has one, let's just say she has one drop of blackness, right? But then that means she has one drop of whiteness. So since she has one drop of blackness, she has to call herself black. But she also has one drop of whiteness. Why can't she call herself white? Oh, no, it don't work like that, huh? Like, make it make sense. It doesn't make sense, but you've just been socially engineered to accept that. We can't say that the one drop rule works unless what you're telling me, which this is what they're saying, unless what you're telling me is that the one drop of blackness is stronger. Remember I told y'all earlier, 3 scoops of vanilla ice cream with 1 drop of chocolate syrup. Are you telling me that that 1 drop of chocolate syrup is more tasty, more delectable, more powerful than those 3 scoops of vanilla ice cream? That's what they're telling you with the 1 drop. You got 1 drop of blackness. Now you're black. Have you ever heard somebody say you got 1 drop of whiteness? Now you're white. But luckily we have the Majara spirit and we have a loving community. So this young lady, we adopt her. We will say, hey, you black just like us. Now, of course, there will be other people that will be more rigid and say, no, she's mixed, she's biracial, right? But it's ultimately, like I said, with the intellectual sovereignty, it's ultimately how she identifies. And she says that she's a young black woman. And the FBA community, they would honor that.
I don't know how many times I gotta say this, that as a biracial black person, stop reproducing with white people. Stop reproducing with white people. Y'all literally pick the worst type of white people to reproduce with. Y'all literally.
Yeah, and this is why I always say, like, FBA, that's the thing. When you look at FBA, like, so I know people like to talk about black and then they equate skin tone. Literally no one, and I do mean no one, is saying that their skin is black. When they were calling Asians yellow, show me a Asian that you've seen with yellow skin. Those so-called red natives, who is more red? This chick on here, she's red. The most red people you see are actually classified as Negro and black. Who are the people that you see who's actually copper colored? Do you see more black people that are copper colored or more so-called natives? Many of those so-called natives now look like Justin Bieber, Seth Rogen, Adam Sandler. That's how these so-called natives look now. But remember, they were talking about the copper colored. I'm copper colored. When they talk about red, this chick is considered red. Malcolm X would be considered red. Actually, his name was Detroit Red. I mean, have you heard a bunch of so-called Native Americans calling each other red bone? I thought they were the red natives, but where are the red ones at? Sure, they were here at some point, but many of those so-called red natives weren't actually, the people that they say are now, right? But, that's a whole nother stream, but let's get back into it.
The ones that sit there talking about, well, white people went through slavery too. I don't know how many times I gotta say this, that as a biracial black person, stop reproducing with white people. Stop reproducing with white people. Y'all literally pick the worst type of white people to reproduce with. Y'all literally pick the ones that sit there talking about, well, white people went through slavery too. Shut the absolute up. It's so crazy. I met this white dude. He's a wigger. He want to be black. He want to be us. But he don't give a about learning about us. Now he got a black child. Yet he's still repeating the same colonizer mindset bullshit. Talking about, my people didn't steal this land. We just introduced a different structure. Shut the absolute up, nigga. That's a cute way to say you colonized the mother people. You genocided over 50 million mother people for this land. And now you have a black child. Now you have a black child. And you genuinely do not give a about black people. And I blame the mama. I blame the mama. Because honestly, the black people that keep reproducing with these motherfuckers is a really big issue in our community. Slow as shit. Slow as shit. I'm tired of it. I'm really tired of it. We biracial children should not have to grow up with parents that genuinely do not give a about our people. This shit is just, it's beyond me. It's beyond me. I don't know why people have to keep saying this shit. So it's 2026. Stop reproducing with these mother people. God damn.
So salute to Red 6. And you said who he have a black child by. Who are you asking about, Red 6? Let me know. But salute to Red 6. And we also got the 504 boy. Ode, the New Orleans fam in built-in. Chattel slavery and indentured servitude are not the same situation. Yeah, this whole people too, like Elon Musk like to say, well, everybody was a slave. No, everybody wasn't a slave. And then this is the whole thing, right? When they try to say white people were enslaved too, no, they weren't. And if they were, who enslaved you, right? They'll try to talk about, oh, it was the Arabs, so it wasn't black people. And to be clear, there's no race called Arab. There's no race called Berber, right? So all of this stuff. But hey, fine. It was the Arabs who enslaved you. Okay, cool. It wasn't foundational black Americans. Then it was other white people who enslaved you. And many of you guys weren't actually enslaved. Many of you were indentured servants, which means that when you had a kid, your kid wasn't a slave. And on top of that, your indentured servitude was usually from anywhere from 5 to 10 years. And after that, they were paid freedom dues, which was capital, i.e. money, goods, jewels, land, goodies, giveaways, and guarantees. So all the people, where's my reparations? You were paid it. First of all, you weren't a slave. You were an indentured servant. And even though they were mistreated, they volunteered for that. So imagine a chick that was forcibly penetrated that she didn't sign up for. And then another girl came and signed on the dotted line and said, I know you're going to mistreat me. I know you're going to forcibly penetrate me, but I want to volunteer for that to happen. And then you say, yeah, but where's my reparations? I was mistreated. Yeah, you were mistreated. And it was a mutual agreement. This is what I call MAE, mutually agreed exploitation. You agreed to get smutted out and exploited. And now you're trying to spin the block and say, they treated me like the blacks. No, they didn't. Yeah, they treated you bad, but you signed up for it. They violently and involuntarily broke back black people. You came and said, hey, you don't need no lube. And then you pulled your pants down, bent over, and spread cheeks. Voluntarily. There was no gun to your head forcing you to do that. So no, it's not the same. And you said the white guy she mentioned in the video. Honestly, I'm not even sure, to be honest, but you said chattel slavery was by law the state and deemed, you said was by law of the state and deemed property of the massa. FBAs under that was born a slave, lived as a slave, and died as a slave, if not escaped or bought their freedom. Yeah, and then if you had a kid, your kid was automatically a slave. And if your kid's kid had a kid, their kid was automatically a slave. That's not indentured servitude.
Honestly, the black people that keep reproducing with these motherfuckers is a really big issue in our community. Slow as shit. Slow as shit. I'm tired of it. I'm really tired of it. We biracial children should not have to grow up with parents that genuinely do not give a about our people.
And no, that's a great point, because you're putting, you're doing very dangerous and detrimental harm to the psyche of these biracial people by having them have an identity crisis. Ultimately, it's up to them how they want to identify. If they want to identify as biracial, then you should be able to ensure that they are able to see the realness of both parts of their family members, the good, the bad, the ugly, so that you can have a mature and an emotionally stable human being, right? Sometimes these people will raise their kid and they say, hey, I want to shield my kid from all of the disgusting things in the world. And then when they finally experiencing it at their advanced age, it's like a whole culture shock to them. And sometimes they don't know how to react to it, but it's like, you shouldn't have been coddling and shielding them for so long. You know what I mean? The world is a very disgusting place, and you trying to, pull the wool over your kids' eyes, how does that help? Eventually, they have to deal with people. They have to interact. They have to deal with mean or bigoted bosses. They have to deal with disgusting commentary or people making racist or racial derogatory jokes. If you're just saying, no, I'm going to shield them from all of that stuff, then that means they have to deal with it on their own with no guidance. And then since you've shielded it from them, they don't look at you as some person that they can go to for advice on this specific subject, right? Because you shielded them from it. You coddled them from it. So they may not believe that you really know how to approach this situation in a responsible and a coherent manner. You know what I mean? So sometimes these biracial people, they grow up and not knowing their other side, whether it be not knowing their white side or not knowing their black side. That's, I don't know. I can't really fathom that, right? But many of these people, because they worship, and it's not just whiteness, but I'll just use the whiteness for this one because this young lady happens to be white and black, right? They worship whiteness so much that they don't really ask how these people feel about the collective community. All they say is, ooh, so-and-so, gives good head. So-and-so has some good slippery, wet vagina, right? Becky might like getting pounded from the back by Jamal, right? Jamal hit it right from the bike, right? But she doesn't like the black community, right? But Jamal didn't care because, she sucked him off and made him a sandwich, right? Some people, your lust for non-black cooch and penis has been rather pathetic. And this is not, if you want to be a divester, if you want to swirl, if you got jungle fever, there's nothing wrong with that, right? We're all human beings, right? Human beings like, lust, adore each other, right? But to sell out your entire community, your lineage, your progeny, just for a taste and some sniff of some vanilla cooch, I don't think pathetic is a harsh enough word. It's extremely unscrupulous. I will say it there, right? But also, I would be remiss because shout out to the late, great Malcolm X. And today is Malcolm X Day. And Malcolm X had an iconic speech. And I'm going to try to see if I can pull that up. Give me one moment. I do want to. Oh, here we go. Let me pull this up because this goes into what we're talking about, right? Who taught you to hate yourself, right? And just in case y'all didn't know, today is Malcolm X Day, and you got to wonder, why isn't it get as much promotion? I think we know the reason why. But Malcolm X, and this is not his full speech. I believe the full speech is close to 40 minutes long. This one is about 3 minutes and 30 seconds long. And this was in the 60s. What year is it again? 2026. And we'll see how relevant what the brother Malcolm X had to say in the 60s. Who taught you to hate yourself?
Who taught you, please, who taught you to hate the texture of your hair? Who taught you to hate the color of your skin to such extent that you bleach to get like the white man? Who taught you to hate the shape of your nose and the shape of your lips? Who taught you to hate yourself from the top of your head to the soles of your feet? Who taught you to hate your own kind? Who taught you to hate the race that you belong to? So much so that you don't want to be around each other. No, before you come asking Mr. Muhammad, does he teach hate? You should ask yourself, who taught you to hate being what God gave you? We teach you to love the hair that God gave you. Here you way out in the middle of the ocean, can't swim, and you worried about someone that's in the bathtub and can't swim. We don't steal, we don't gamble, we don't lie, and we don't cheat. And that also deprives the government of revenue, because you can't get into a whiskey bottle without getting past the government seal. You can't open a deck of cards without getting past the government seal. There's a white man makes the whiskey and then puts you in jail for getting drunk. He sells you the cards and the dice and puts you in jail when he catches you using them. So he's against us because we fix it where he can't catch you anymore. We take the dice out of your hands and the cards out of your hands and the whiskey out of your head. The most disrespected person in America is the black woman. The most unprotected person in America is the black woman. The most neglected person in America is the black woman. And as Muslims, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us to respect our women and to protect our women. And the only time a Muslim really gets real violent is when someone goes to molest his woman. We will kill you for our woman. I'm making it plain, yes. We will kill you for our woman. We believe that if the white man will do whatever is necessary to see that his woman gets respect and protection, then you and I will never be recognized as men until we stand up like men and place the same penalty over the head of anyone who puts his filthy hands out to put in the direction of our women.
And that's how a true FBA talks and stands on business. So I ain't part of this whole manosphere, coonosphere space where what about black on black crime and black women and bonnets and twerking and all this shit. Nigga, why are you with some musty, dusty hood rat in a bonnet that twerks? Not all black women wear bonnets, and I don't give a damn if a black woman is wearing a bonnet to bed now. If you're wearing that bonnet in Walmart, that's a different story. I ain't gonna get on a podcast and disparage them, right? That's not protecting them, right? And I get it. Some people's like, hey, that ain't my woman. She ain't under my covering, so I have no reason to protect her, right? Then just say that you a moist simp. You know what I mean? Just say that you ain't built like that. That's okay that you ain't built like that, but just sit over there, bro. Go sit at the kiddie table. Let the big boys chop game. You feel me? Let the big boys eat. Let the big boys build. You know what I mean? I'm not with this whole, here, let's bash the community that I want to see do better. Here, I love black women, so I'm going to try to bash them to get them to do right. If you keep telling your kid, man, you hella stupid, man. You keep failing in class. When is your stupid ass gonna get your act together, man? And that's the reason why you ain't gonna be shit in life, because you're stupid. Do you think that's gonna motivate the kid to become a productive citizen in society? No one thinks that. But somehow you think that the black people ain't shit. Fuck the black community and fatherless home, and these bitches is twerking in bonnets, and fuck these bitches and fuck those niggas, man. And then why is the black community failing? Did you hear how you were talking? And if you're talking like that about the black community? What is your behavior like? You can't tell me that these people are disparaging and denigrating the community, but at the same time building it up. Yeah, I'm just saying fuck these kids, but I'm really mentoring and coaching kids. What coach do you know that says fuck them kids when they're leading a bunch of kids on the straight and narrow, right? The people that, when the people say why the black community is doing it, ain't doing this, that lets you know that they're not doing it, right? You wouldn't have to ask, right? Why ain't the black community doing mutual aid? Have you done mutual aid? No, I'm just asking why the black community ain't doing it. Nigga, they're not doing it because you didn't do it. What is waiting? What is stopping you? Many people now have more money than Malcolm X did when he was alive. You have more resources and tools at your disposal than Malcolm X did. And I'm not saying that you have the spirit or the legend of Malcolm X, but hey, you have more opportunity and more resources than he did. So what is stopping you? There was no FBI agents at your house. You're not getting any death threats. So what is stopping you, right? Malcolm X was in there under threat of being assassinated, and he's still. Show me the video of Malcolm X talking about black on black crime and not doing something about it. All these niggas that got podcasts and stuff, what have they actually done about what they're complaining about? The only thing they've done is queue up another podcast. And somehow, since people want to circle jerk to trauma corn about the black community, they listen to the black community plight and degenerate proclivities in certain contingents of the community and say, hey, this is all the community. No, it's not. Because that would mean that's you, right? If all black women is bad and bitches, then is your mama a bitch? No, my mama ain't a bitch. How? You calling other people mama bitches? Like, your mom is exempt. So all this shit sounds goofy, but like he said, who taught you to hate yourself? And if you are a self-hating and self-loathing black person, you hate black women, you hate black men, and you hate the country of America, this ain't the space or the place for you. So just do us all a favor and hit the road, Jack. But you said, I wonder who made Southern people the spokesperson for black people. Well, shout out Dimitri. Well, this is what you call the dominant society. They put batteries in people's back and they put bands in people's bank account. And then who controls the media controls the mind. And people are highly susceptible to what they see on the media, which is why they're always trying to get some celebrity endorsement. Hey, look, Beyonce endorsed this person. Taylor Swift endorsed this person. And there's another video of Malcolm X talking about how they prop up entertainers and stuff. People have been over inundated with entertainment, and there is a form of what I call sinful idolatry, because all these Bible Christian thumpers, right? Idolatry is a sin. However, people will idolize these people and say, hey, because Jay-Z said to vote for Obama, I'm a vote. Or this rapper made a song, so I'm a vote, right? That's a form of idolatry and worshiping these people. These people are not better than you just because they made a song, right? Do you really think that Taylor Swift is better than your mom because she sold X amount of records? Is Drake better than your nephew? Because what? Based on success? Oh man, he has a lot of money and he has a lot of chain. Okay, yeah, but what does that mean to me? So let's get back into the video, though. And I appreciate y'all rocking out with this one. Like I said, this one would be a doozy.
This shit is just, it's beyond me. It's beyond me. I don't know why people have to keep saying this shit. So it's 2026. Stop reproducing with these motherfucking structure. Shut the absolute up, nigga. That's a cute way to say you colonized the motherfucking people. You genocided over 50 million motherfucking people for this land. And now you have a black child. Now you have a black child. And you genuinely do not give a about black people. And I blame the mama. I blame the mama. Because honestly, the black people that keep reproducing with these motherfuckers is a really big issue in our community. Slow as shit. Slow as shit. I'm tired of it. I'm really tired of it. We biracial children should not have to grow up with parents that genuinely do not give a about our people. This shit is just, it's beyond me. It's beyond me. I don't know why people have to keep saying this shit. It's 2026. Stop reproducing with these mother people. God damn.
I grew up most of my life in Northern California in predominant black neighborhoods. Where I grew up, I saw a lot of white tea women have kids by black dudes. A lot. It was very common. And one of the things that I noticed is that a lot of these white tea women were very anti-black. A lot of people think that just because you marry somebody of another race.
And this is why I played that Who Taught You to Hate Yourself, because many of these people are anti-black, but how didn't these people see that their partner was anti-black? It's because they were too busy worshiping, the vanilla latte, right? They didn't want the hot chocolate. They wanted the vanilla pumpkin spice chai latte, which, hey, there's nothing wrong with that. But then the worshiping and the idolatry, there is something wrong with that. Now, let me bring up a couple things, right? Because, like I said, we've always accepted, and this is what I did agree, what True Pilgrim was saying in the chat, right? We've always accepted biracial people, right? We never even called biracial people biracial. We called them black. But then there are people, and we had to acknowledge that, okay, hey, maybe these people don't want to be called black. So fine, we should call them biracial. The problem is many of these biracials, they try to double back. Hey, I'm not black, I'm mixed. Don't call me black, I'm biracial. Okay, fine, you're not black. See, you're trying to say I'm not black enough. When it's like, no one is saying you're not black enough, and maybe some fringe people are saying that, but the majority of people are not saying that you're not black enough. We're saying that, hey, if you said you're not like us, then go over there, create your own little mixed enclave. Yeah, you can still come to the cookout. It will just be my mixed homie coming to the cookout, my mixed cousin coming to the cookout. Somehow that's offensive, right? Obama is biracial, but somehow if you call him biracial, that's offensive. Huh? It doesn't make any sense. There's a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You say, hey, would you like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? You can't call it that. I mean, this is a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. No, call it a peanut butter sandwich. But it's a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. No, you can't call it that. Huh? Make it make sense. There's videos. You don't got to look it up. I mean, you don't got to take my word for it. Look it up. Michelle Obama calling Obama biracial. Barack Obama called himself biracial. But if you call him biracial, you got to call him black. If I say he's the first biracial president, then somehow I hate Obama. Make it make sense, bro. Don't worry, I'll make this stuff a little bit bigger for y'all because we gonna get into it. I told you, it will be a doozy. Now look at this, right? In case y'all don't know, there's this bed wench. Her name is Sage Steele. So she was a former ESPN anchor, and she's been vocal about identifying as biracial rather than solely black. She shared how it was controversial when she referred to herself on The View. Now, let me pull this up. Hold on. Let me close some of these other tabs. I thought I had, okay, I'll just read through these other ones then. I thought I had another thing to queue up. Taye Diggs. Y'all know who Taye Diggs is. Great actor. This is what Taye Diggs said, and I'm sure a lot of y'all didn't even know this stuff. But don't trip. You're going to learn today. The actor, he wrote a children's book called Mixed Me. Not Black Me. Not African Me. Mixed Me. And he has spoken extensively about his fear that his biracial son will be confused about his identity. He argues calling biracial children black risk disrespecting the half of their identity that comes from their white parent. These are fair. Like, I'm not denigrating this. This is fair. The only issue is when they say, hey, don't call me black because, hey, look, I'm mixed, bro. I don't want to disrespect my other parent. I want to honor my parent. And then you say, hey, my bad, bro. I did not mean to disrespect your intellectual sovereignty. You're right. You're not black. N-O-T. You're not black. You're mixed. I want to call you what you identify as. And then when you say, hey, no, bro, you got it wrong. So-and-so is not black. They're mixed. You can't gatekeep blackness. See, that's the problem with the black community and colorism and shit. Huh? Nigga, that ain't no colorism. You don't identify as black. So now we've been trying to force blackness onto people. We are willing to accept anyone and everyone as black, unfortunately. And I'm not saying I agree with that, but we do. We are the ones who uplift and uphold the one drop rule. Even though that was a very bigoted colonial practice, we were the ones saying one drop. Nah, you black. You like us. They gonna treat you like a nigga anyways. You like us. But these other people were saying, I know black, papi. I'm not black. I'm mixed. And then still people were saying, no, God darn it, dag nabbit, you are black. And then they kept saying, no, I'm mixed. You're black, mixed, black, mixed, black, mixed. And then finally we said, you know what? You ain't black. You're mixed. Hey, I'm black. I'm just like you. It's just like, bruh, it's getting very nauseating, which is why there's all this confusion. It never used to be this confusion because one drop, people would say I'm black and then they would be accepted as black by us because they knew that the whites wouldn't accept them or whatever their other ethnic makeup would be, right? If you have a kid is black and Hispanic, the Hispanics don't accept them like that. Unless they do something good, like they go to the NFL or whatever, you know what I mean? But no, and I've played multiple videos, but look at Amber Rose. The model and activist has stated clearly that she does not consider herself a black woman. Now she does because she was trying to do this whole mix thing. She thought she was going to get in good with the W's and they said, yeah, you're a light bright, but you're not white. And then suddenly she was like, no, I'm black. So now she tries to pretend that she's black. So she's the epitome of what a tether is, trying to tether on to blackness. And even if she is quote unquote black, which I don't consider her to be, she's not foundational black American. And I'm not saying that you need to be of my specific lineage and ethnic group, but that's who she's always cosplaying, tethering to. This is where she got her claim to fame, is from my lineage and my community, while at the same time disparaging. Cosplaying while disparaging the community is a disgusting form of tethering. But she said, biracial people are not black people. We're just not. Explaining that it is delusional for someone with a white parent to claim a solely black identity. And then when we say, you know what? That's a great point, Amber Rose. You're not black. And then they have the argument, see, we got to deal with colorism in the black community. It ain't no fucking colorism why people are saying Amber Rose ain't black. She's saying she's not black. She's Cape Verdean and something else. Last time I checked, America is not Cape Verdean. Just saying. Meghan Markle. No, she's black. Is she though? The Duchess of Sussex has movingly described her biracial identity as a gray area, writing that being black and white is not a clear dichotomy. Her 2016 essay for the LUK detailed how she creates her own identity and rejects being forced into a single box. That single box is blackness, and that's fine. And this is what I'm saying. We shouldn't be trying to force people into these boxes. However, when we're having a discussion and we say B1, which is black first, hey, Megan, we don't want you nowhere near the conversation because remember, you're not black. When we're having a black discussion, Amber Rose, get the hell out the room. You're not black, remember? Tay Diggs, hey, salute to your son. Hopefully he's going to be a strapping young lad and a successful young man. But when we talk about black business, don't bring little bruh around because remember, he's not black. And don't trip. When y'all having a white conversations, we won't be around. When y'all having a Jewish conversation, we won't be around. Y'all already know if there's a Latino and a Hispanic conversation, they ain't gonna have no black people around. If there's a so-called native indigenous conversation, there's going to be no blacks around. But suddenly we should invite everybody to speak about what we need to do in our community, a community that they're not a part of and don't care about. It doesn't even make any sense. Now, Raven Simone, she said, hey, I don't want to be called any color. I'm an American and I'm not an African American. I'm a colorless person. Now, this where she went too far, you know, with the whole colorblind stuff. She's saying that because she has a Lily W wife, which, hey, fine. Shout out to Raven Simone and her white wife. I don't care about that. But I do respect her saying I'm not African American. Calling someone African American was just a ethnic erasure term and to try to make you comparable with immigrants, i.e. a Chinese American, Irish American, etc., right? Idris Elba, the British actor, stated he will no longer call himself a black actor. First of all, no one was calling him a black actor, and I'm glad that he did this because, bro, you're a British actor. Idris Elba comes over here. I believe let's just say he's from some African place in Britain, but he comes over here from Britain. He talks like Cheerio. Would you like a spot of tea? That's fine. I like the accent. But we don't have accents like that because that's not part of our culture. He came over here and there's videos of him where he worked and studied how to cosplay and tether onto us. And that there's nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, his claim to fame was playing black roles and being immersed into the black community and ingratiating himself with the black community. And then when he reaches the pinnacle of success, like, hey, don't call me black. Don't put me in a box and just call me a black actor. No, nobody is just trying to put you in a box. We're just saying that, hey, you're already in the black box when you come to America. America is the land of the one drop rule, the land of the racial social construct. He comes to the land of the social construct. Don't call me black. Okay, fine. Why won't he call himself African British? Even the whole black Brit thing. Think about this. We were the only ones stomping and stepping for blackness. And then when we say, hey, we're black American, no, y'all African American. And that can mean anyone. Meanwhile, there's actual Africans in Britain, but they don't call themselves African Britain. No, we're black Brits. No, you're a Nigerian Brit. You're a Senegalese Brit. You're a Haitian Brit. These people actually, they always love to tell us, y'all don't know where y'all came from. Well, my homeland is in America, so I do know where I came from, right? But these people allegedly do know where they come from. You know that your family came from Senegal. You know that your family came from Sudan. So rather than calling yourself Sudanese American, which will be a way to spotlight and highlight your culture, and so that when we need to talk about the disparities with your community, why would you try to lump us all together? In their homeland, they don't lump themselves together. There's over 3,000 tribes, 2,000 different dialects. Does that sound united to you? So they have all of these separate ethnic classifications and enclaves, but when they come to America, we have to pretend as if we all black, we all African that came from the motherland. Like, no, we didn't. Did you notice that if foundational black Americans go to Africa, they'll call you American, but in America, they want you to call yourself African? Make it make sense, bro. Palestinians are North African. What's the key word? African. No, they're Arab. No, they're Muslim. No, they're Middle Eastern. You mean they're African? No, they're North African. Yeah, that's what I said. African. No. There's something else, right? Africans in Africa don't even identify as being African. This is a very modern and new thing to be calling people African. People, even someone in Nigeria, right? You're Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, right? They're identifying by tribe, not by blackness. In America, we were the only ones stepping and standing up for blackness. That's why we had all of our things were black. Historically black colleges, not historically African colleges. Say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. Not say it loud. I'm African and I'm proud. Nothing against Africans or being African. It's a beautiful thing. I'm just talking about my specific lineage, right? Black History Month, not African History Month. Now, there's been an overemphasis of trying to Africanize us, but that's just to make it easy for immigrants to tether on to our lineage and to blur the lines of what blackness really means, so that they can say, hey, look, it's so many black people over here, why should we have to pay reparations to all of these Africans? They just got here from Senegal and Ghana, etc., right? So this is why they kind of stuck that label on you, to pretend as if it offered you some sort of cultural continuity, but it was just, an erasure term. Because let's be honest, Africa is a continent. There's no race called African. Because if that's the case, then Idris Elba and Elon Musk are the same race. No one thinks that, right? Cynthia Erivo and your average North African Palestinian is the same race, right? Logic. So here we have this dude born to a black father and a white mother. He's often explored his biracial identity in music. All he loves to do is say nigga, though. You know what I mean? He talks about, oh, yeah, man, I know I have this fair skin, but I'm black just like y'all. And that's why I say nigga. It's like, have you heard Logic champion anything for black people? All he wants to do is say nigga. And that's what I've always noticed. It's like there's a sick obsession with saying nigga. Tiger Woods, the professional golfer, famously coined the term cannibalasian, a blend of Caucasian, Black, American Indian, and Asian. He said he didn't want to be labeled Black because he has mixed heritage. But then again, when Tiger Woods is getting an acceptance speech and award on behalf of being Black, he has no problem doing that. But he said he didn't want to be called Black because it erased his mother's Asian culture. And then when Tiger Woods got pulled over and arrested, and on his arrest record, guess what his race said? It didn't say Kabbalinasian, whatever he wants to call this. It said Black. And then if we say, hey, Tiger Woods, bro, you're not Black, then he's going to try to fight you and say, hey, why are you telling me I ain't Black? Yeah, because you never called yourself Black and you didn't want to be Black. Fine. That's okay. Malik Yoba, he says that he no longer identifies as Black. He proposed the term non-white as a new label, arguing it could unite all people who aren't white. Now, Malik Yoba, this is an extremely delusional position to take. They already have a term for people who are non-white. It's a term called POC. Now, I reject that term because the only people that were called colored were foundational Black Americans. All these other groups, they were called a color and they distanced themselves and said, hey, I know Black. Do not call me a color. You know what I mean? I have an identity. I have a nationality, right? But yeah, this is presuming that all non-white people want to unite. They don't. People want to assimilate closer to whiteness. Many of these Hispanics actually are white, mejoró la raza, blancamiento, and the other ones, the model minorities, they know that their lot in life will be predicated on how they treat the Blacks. Like my boy John talks about the piss theory, I talk about the doormat theory. All these other people have their doormat, but they want to keep their doormat clean and pristine. So guess what? If you step in dog poo, you go wipe it off on the Black doormat, right? You step in some mud and filth, go wipe it off on the Black doormat and say, ew, man, that doormat is disgusting. But they don't tell you all of the filth that they wiped on there, right? And then is framed as, hey, we're all together because we're POCs and we're non-white. Yeah, you're non-white, but trying to get closer to whiteness. And you'll use your proximity to Blackness to get some sort of legislative win in the term of, oh my God, look how bad the Blacks were oppressed. So we got to give something to the minorities. And all of these hierarchy lists, we're at the bottom. We're at the bottom of minorities, bottoms of marginalized groups, bottom of underserved groups. When they say POC, that can mean anyone. So they'll put us at the bottom of that, right? So there's another one. So Bow Wow, a lot of people didn't know Bow Wow. I mean, you can look at him and think that Bow Wow, okay, Bow Wow was mixed, but let's see some of his tweets real quick though, because this is why people are rejecting, it's like, okay, fine. You want to be biracial? Fine, bruh. It's like, just stop switching up. Okay, so here we have, Bow Wow or Bozo Wow. So they're asking him, right? Let's go through the thread, right? So a fan asked him if he was in favor of the Democratic nominee Hillary Clinton or Republican nominee Donald Trump. Bow Wow said, I don't really care. The dude responded, you should care based on the fact that your ancestors died so that you can have a right to vote. Now, this I do hate because people always say that and they love to talk about POCs. Okay, fine. If my ancestors fought and died for me the right to vote, what did the Hispanics do for the right to vote? Because we got it, right? Black people, foundational Black Americans died, bled for the right for you to vote. What Hispanics died for the right for you to vote? Don't worry, I'll wait. What Asians died for the right to vote? So they always push this, right? And why don't they ever say, your family immigrated here for the right for you to vote, right? They always push this, which means I thought that we had this big utopia, this big group of POCs riding with us on the civil rights. They tell on themselves. LULAC, one of the legacy largest organizations of Latin America, said that, during the height of civil rights, they said, let the Negro fight his own battle. I do not want to ally with them. Mexicans in specific fought to be legally classified as white in this country. Are we forgetting that? Now, Bow Wow said, man, I only believe the eyes I see. I'm mixed. I don't know what my ancestors was doing. I only know what I see. Now, this is a kind of cowardly response by him. I mean, you didn't see anything with the Epstein pedo list. I only know what I see. Okay, I didn't see Epstein and his cronies abusing those women, but I know what they did, right? So this is a kind of cowardly response. And mind you, this was in 2016. I'm just showing y'all the confusion, people. When people seen Bow Wow, when Bow Wow first came out and he was on So Def, was anybody calling him biracial? Was Bow Wow going around talking about he was biracial or mixed? No. And this is what I'm talking about with the tethering. People, and there's nothing wrong with being mixed or biracial. Most mixed biracial people I know identify as Black and they're accepted as Black. And some people, what they do is they cosplay and tether onto Blackness, but then when they reach the heights of success, then they say, yes, and I want to give a shout out to my mixed heritage. It's like, bro, what the fuck? Where were the mixed people writing for you? You look at, he had Black producers. He had Black people in his video. He had Black people writing for him. He had a bunch of Black fans. But then when it's time to, give praise, he gives it to mixed people. But let's see what else Bow Wow has to say. And mind you, this was in 2016, but I'm just showing you the ideology, right? So this person is asking him because the person said that Bow Wow should care, basically because our ancestors died for the right for us to vote. And Bow Wow responds, man, I only believe what the eyes see. I'm mixed. Once again, what the hell did him being mixed have to do with anything? Look what the dude first said. He said, you should care based on the fact that your ancestors died so that you have the right to vote. And Bow Wow comes back and says that he's mixed. What the hell is he talking about? Like the bro True brought up earlier, Frederick Douglass was mixed. Technically, we're all mixed if we want to get technical, right? Especially being a foundational Black American is a mixture, an amalgamation of indigenous people, formerly and freed enslaved people, and European people. That's a mixture. But when you are dealing with race, which is a social construct, it focuses on phenotype. So when we're talking about phenotype and we see someone like Cameron Diaz, phenotypically, we know that she's white presenting. So here we have Bow Wow, who people see him as a Black presenting person, and he goes out of his way to let you know that, hey, He's mixed. And if you call him mixed, then it will be a frame. Why are you being colorist? I'm being colorist for calling him mixed. That's how he identifies. And what we're saying is if you're mixed, bro, be mixed all the time. Don't say, well, I'll probably be mixed in 2026, but 27 and 28, I'm going to be black. No, you're not. If you're mixed in 26, you're going to be mixed in 27, 28, and beyond. We ain't playing these games. Monday through Friday, you black, but on the weekends, I want to turn up, so I'm mixed. Huh? Yeah, bro. Hit the road, Jack, and don't come black. So the fans question Moss's lack of knowledge, and that's what his name is, Shad Moss. But the dude said, you don't know what your ancestors was doing? Did your eyes see a movie called Selma? And then he said, and then the other dude said, because you're only half black, you're saying you can't relate to sacrifices black men made in the past for you to be where you are? And then he put, I honor that for show. What I'm saying is I only believe what my own eyes see. My background different from yours. Trust. Again, it don't even make any sense. Like I said, this dude has a bunch of money. He's been in the upper echelons of society, and this is how he was talking in 2016. Now, when they asked what mixed race has to do with him voting, Bow Wow explained his father's side of the family was white and Native American. Because my ancestors were in tribes. My Moss side of the family is white and Native. Shit, I can't help. That's my family. Like, bro, what the hell are you talking about? It went from, hey, bro, why didn't you vote, bro? Your ancestors died for the right to vote. Oh, mixed. Yeah, what the hell does that have to do with you voting? Well, my ancestors was in tribes and my dad is white and Native. Yeah, what the hell does that have to do with you? So essentially he's saying because his dad is white and Native and I didn't see people dying for the right to vote, I only believe what my eyes see. Come on, man. How pathetic could these losers be? And like I said, this is the people that people be looking up to because they got some money or they made a song that you like. But the person says, so you discredit being black because you're mixed, almost like you think it's bad to be full black or something. And then he says, don't start with this sensitive black thing off. Stop it. Maybe someone else, but not me. Never would I do that. But it's like, bro, you just did that. So then he later reveals his grandmother's not black. His grandmother is mixed. Seen his mom. My grandma's not black. My dad's father was mixed. My dad looked like a drunk Cuban with no rhythm. He also said his cousins all have blonde hair and his nephews look like white pop star Justin Bieber. No black really on the Moss side of the family. All my cousins have blonde hair, bro. Nephew look like Bieber. So again, what the hell does this have to do with the dude saying, hey, man, your ancestors died for the right for you to vote? Like most of y'all didn't know this, right? When have y'all ever heard Bow Wow saying that he was mixed, right? And that's fine, bruh. But when did you become mixed? And then fine, he's mixed, bro. I'm not going to hold him on that. It's just like now we have to call him mixed from now on. I don't want to hear him lumped up with like create our own mixed category. And this is my issue, right? They want to say that they're mixed. Once you say that you're mixed, you're saying that you're other. And that's okay. So now we have to make a other category for you. Hell no, I'm black. No, you're not. You're mixed. So again, do I have to pull this up? Hold on. Give me one moment, man. Because like I said, y'all gonna learn today. And it looks like we've been joined by Caveman 79. What up with it, Caveman? Oh, and then we got Last Call, Mr. Midnight Soul, chatting from an undisclosed location in Northern America. And we got Mr. 350, the big block boat rider. Big rig slaps in the building. And you said people can date who they want without bashing their own. Most stuff I hear sounds like a fetish. And I concur with this. I don't care if you like white, yellow, purple, black, blue, cooch. Be with who you want to be with, love who you want to love. I'm saying don't disparage and denigrate your people just because you want some ooey gooey pink vagina. That's a highest form of pathetic simpery. And you said I always call them black, and then the biracial thing. You said I always call them black, and then that biracial thing went crazy. This is what I'm saying, Big Rig. This is how we grew up. We grew up and we were the ones embracing the one drop rule. Anybody, we don't care. Mariah Carey is black. Vanessa, we don't care. It's like y'all are all black. We don't look at the skin pigment. We wasn't looking at one drop. We were just saying, hey, welcome aboard. Welcome to the community. The only problem is we were embracing many of these people, not all. And then some of these people would turn around and say, hey, I'm not just black, you know. I'm this. I'm different from y'all. And then when we say, okay, look, we didn't know that you were different, but you actually are different. So we're going to treat you a little bit different. Then they start framing it as colorism and stuff. And when I say treat you different, it don't mean like, hey, we're going to start mistreating you. It's just, think about Jewish people, right? If you're not Jewish, they're going to treat you differently, right? You're not going to be privy to certain discussions. Maybe they'll invite you to a bar mitzvah, right? But if they're sitting down talking about Jewish politics, they're not going to say, hey, my black friend, come over here and give us your suggestions about our Jewish politics. No, you're an outsider. They may, give you some gefilte fish and send you on your way. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? Me, if I see some Hispanics chopping game about Hispanic business, I wouldn't be trying to get in the mix. I would hope that they ain't on no anti-black stuff, but even if they were, that's their business. What's happened is since we've been so inviting and accepting of everyone, anyone and everyone thinks that they're just entitled to just give us suggestions and just, be included in our spaces. And we're saying no, because before we weren't gatekeeping, but then people turn their nose at gatekeeping. But that's what they've done the entire time. We've just recently started doing that. We've just recently started acknowledging the stuff. All these people used to say it wasn't just the Dominicans. I know black, Poppy. People were saying, I'm not black, I'm Nigerian. Why y'all call yourselves black? Y'all just don't know where y'all from. These same people, a whole Nigerian, they know that they're Nigerian American. No, I'm black. You're Nigerian. Yeah, but Nigerians are black. Yeah, but why are you trying to muddy the water? Our ethnonym is black. So when people talk about black racially, they're talking about the Negroid race, but our ethnonym is black. Ethnically, these other people have a place to claim. Why won't they claim it though? Because they want to tether on to blackness. If you're Haitian, why won't you just call yourself Haitian? You're Senegalese. Why don't you just call yourself Senegalese? You have a whole flag and a rich culture, but you want to be under this generic banner of blackness. That blackness is assimilating and getting closer to foundational Black American culture. That's not your culture, though. When they say black culture, they're talking about FBA culture, but now they try to frame it as, no, it don't just mean y'all. Yes, it does. Because when you talk about black culture, we have the most influential culture around the type of globe. It doesn't mean we have the only culture, the greatest, richest culture. That's up for debate. But why are you trying to call Nigerian culture black culture? That's not black culture. That's Nigerian culture. Otherwise, it's a mixture of Nigerian, Jamaican, Senegalese, Sudanese culture, and it's all the same? No, it's not. We don't have the same flags. That's different. We don't eat the same foods. That's different. In order to embrace the differences, we actually have to point out the differences and distinctions. Think of I'm putting a zoo exhibit. I'll put a panther in there. I'll put a leopard, a jaguar, a cheetah, and then the headline just says cat exhibit. Huh? What type of cats are those? They all cats, yeah, but one is a panther, one is a leopard, one is a jaguar. I need to know the differences and the distinction so I can truly appreciate this exhibit. I didn't grow up eating bushmeat, egusi soup, jollof, fufu, naan and curry, jerk chicken, curried goat. Nothing against that. That's not my culture. I didn't grow up eating that. So it's like to pretend that we did because that's black culture. Well, my culture isn't jerk chicken. I'm not saying I hate jerk chicken. I'm just saying I'm not claiming jerk chicken. It's not my culture. Could a Filipino who's Asian claim samurai culture? They're both Asian. No. There's a distinction. But you said, I remember them half breeds. Yeah, they used to be called hybrids. You know what I mean? But Sunlight says, just like ASAP Rocky, by the way, who let him back in and why? Yeah, ASAP. I think ASAP got in good with Tariq and some other people because he's technically bi-ethnic. So there's people who are biracial and bi-ethnic, which means they can have a freedman FBA parent, but then they can also have a Caribbean parent, i.e. like Malcolm X. Malcolm X's dad was FBA, but his mom was Grenadian. So since it is a social construct, it's up to what society adheres to. That's why it's fluid, right? This is why it's considered a construct, because Italians are not white. And then, oh, damn, our numbers are dwindling. Okay, cool. Welcome to the team. Italians are white, right? You know what I mean? And that's kind of how it is with the construct, right? Biracials, technically, they can claim mixed, or they can say, you know what? I want to solidify my identity and have a more rigid classification, so I'll call myself black, i.e. Frederick Douglass, right? Booker T. Washington. Some other people have brought them up earlier, you know what I mean? But shout out to Tutneys. I ain't seen you in a minute, Tutneys. And also, we got the East Coast finest, Nassau County. Hey, Roger, where Brooklyn at? And you said, my brother-in-law is Nigerian. I remember on the wedding night back in the 80s, he said some slick-ish about our family, and my brother was going to smash him, but didn't want to ruin our sister's wedding. Oh, wow, bro. So is he a tether? Let me know, bro. Is he a tether or not? Or was he a suspected tether? Because he could have been a suspected tether and he changed his ways. Did he turn out to be a full-on tether? Let me know, Roger. So let me pull this back up, because a lot of people are kind of confused about this whole biracial identity. And just to be clear, this is not against biracial people. I'm a humanitarian. I love people. I think it's up to people ultimately to identify how they want to identify. We accept biracials as black. Whether you believe we should or not, we accept and adopt the one drop rule. It's just others don't. Hispanics, you can't say, I have one drop of Mexican. I'm Hispanic like you. I'm Latino. They're like, hell no, you're negrito, pinche mayate. That's what they'll say to you, right? But then we'll look at them and say, man, it's okay. You're Hispanic, man, you black like us. You African, who cares? You black like us. You Caribbean, yep, you black like us. Even though these people made a living in a career of saying, no, we're not like you. And then when we start playing the Kendrick song, they're like, you guys are being divisive. You're being xenophobic. You don't want to talk about division with me. Once again, look at the continent of Africa. There's no unity. They want us to push Pan-Africanism, but there's no Pan-Africanism in Africa. Make that make sense, bro. North Africans. Lala. We got Lala, go harder. Lala, that does sound like a bit seductive. Go harder, pause. Go harder where? Go harder inside? Go harder outside? Let me know, Lala. But salute to Lala Go in building. Let's get back into it, though.
That you're not racist. You're not bigoted. When I was around 8, and one of the things that I noticed is that a lot of these white tea women were very anti-black. A lot of people think that just because you marry somebody of another race, that you're not racist. You're not bigoted. When I was around 18 or 19, I had just moved to a new neighborhood. Literally across the street was a white tea woman who had a kid with a black dude. In one of those days, the little girl ran out to the front. And the white teen mother, mind you, the little girl is black. The white teen mother came out and said, Nicole, get your nappy head ass in here. Now, a lot of people wouldn't consider that.
So I'm gonna let the bro cook, but did y'all hear what he said? So he said he grew up, and there were a lot of dudes, there were a lot of Beckys who wanted the soul pole, right? So Jamal smashed Becky, they had a kid, and then Becky is saying, hey, little bomb Quisha, get your nappy head ass in the house. And I'm just playing around with these names, being condescending and facetious, but in this story, people do that as well, right? I've never, ever heard a non-black parent refer to their kid's hair as nappy. Have y'all? Somebody let me know in the chat. And then they try to trigger you and try to say, no, why are you making it about race? Well, if it's not about race, show me. And then they try to say, no, we didn't mean nappy. We just meant kinky hair. But nobody tells their kid, man, get your kinky haired ass in the house. Get your nappy head ass in the house. Why would you say that to your kid, right? Because many of these people still hold anti-black views. It's just they like riding and grinding on soul pole. And then some of you niggas, you're so desperate for worshiping white cooch that you're willing to overlook all of that stuff. You implant your seed in her and impregnate her, and now you got this lost, confused kid. And speaking of that, actually, I'm gonna show y'all the product of that. This is gonna be a perfect segue. I'm gonna show y'all the product of you sticking, your man meat into these vaginas that don't even really like your community. But let me see what Tutney says. And you said, no, it's damaging to a developing child. What exactly are you referring to? Because I do agree with you in terms of, I was talking about was damaging is this worship, this white worship, you know what I mean? And there's nothing wrong with being white, but if you're going to have a biracial kid, you need to embrace them to be confident and love their white side, but also love their black side, not one or the other. You don't want some militant biracial kid that hates white people. You don't want some white kid that hates its black side and they do anything to shun and shame the blacks just because they're, embarrassed of being white. And then we're going to go ahead and get this person up out of here. You said, wow, my mom used to say that all the time when I was a kid. Just because they marry black doesn't mean they're not racist. Oh, wow. Shout out to Mama Tutneys. I didn't know your mama said that. Exactly. I never heard that. And let's be honest, I'm black, so we have nappy hair. So some of us do have nappy hair, right? And nappy hair, it could just be a condition at the time, right? Because nappy, technically, it is supposed to mean very coiled and kinky. It's not supposed to really have this derogatory connotation to it. The only reason why it does is because it's associated with us, right? But yeah, there are some times, which is why you may need a hot comb or something like that. But that's really about the condition of your hair at that time, right? You'll see someone with very curled up, kinky, nappy appearing hair, and then they straighten out their hair, and then there's no naps. So with us, it never was the negative connotation. It may be said tongue in cheek, but never as just a blatant outright descriptor. That's not what I know. I didn't grow up like that. But I do want to play this because this actually kind of made me think about one other video. So actually, while I pull up this other video, if y'all haven't taken the time to like the stream yet, this would be the moment. And I'm gonna give y'all 30 seconds to do so. So let me hit y'all with the like intermission.
Be easy, tell me how it feel. Ooh, tell me how it feel. To be real, to be really that dude. Be easy, that dude. Ay, 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 that dude.
so we're back at it. Hopefully y'all taking the time. Oh, and shout out to Lala Go Harder. I got a new sub. If you was here, I would give you a hug for the sub. And is that a Lexus? I like that Lexus. In Cali, we call them the Lexos. So shout out to the Lex. And of course, we got Tampon Timmy in the chat. So he says, ain't stopping pro athletes from chasing them snow bunnies, huh? Well, you know why the pro athletes is chasing the snow bunnies? Because, you know, Tampon Timmy is the moisturized maniac males that they have to offer. Unfortunately, the snow bunnies, they don't want people like Tampon Timmy, you know, egregious, effeminate, low IQ, lunatic. So, you know, Jamal, Jaquan, Tyrone, they're running through bunnies. And all you got to do, unfortunate Tampon Timmy, you're just watching Bang Bros and Black.com rubbing one out in the corner while listening to Barbara Streisand. It's unfortunate, Tampon Timmy, that your life is that miserable. But hey, you know, glad you get to enjoy those Lexington Steel and Wesley Pipes videos. But let me play this one though, because this one is rather disturbing. And these are the consequences and the detriments that you deal with once you're worshiping white cooch. It's okay if you love to, you know, go swimming, you know, in your pool of vanilla, but like, come on, bruh. Have some decorum, have some respect. So here we have this girl. Is this young lady black? Now, we would call her black because of reasons, one drop rule. Okay, fine. We'll be like, you know what? That little baby ain't going to be accepted as black. So we'll call her black. And like Timmy said, no lies were told. I know, because I was cooking, right? I cooked you, Tim, and no lie was told. So I'm glad we concur, Tim. See? Tampon Timmy, everyone. And we got none other than the awesome, the amazing, the stupendous AJ, the one in the building. Greetings to you in that hat. That hat is fire. I like that hat. What kind of hat is that? And Tutney says, raw meat colored inbreds are out here Epsteining your kids. Yeah, I had to get bro up out of here. Yeah, that was one of Tampon Timmy's little butt buddies. Sorry, Timmy, I got your butt buddy out of there. Fedora. Ooh, I like that. AJ the one. AJ the one with the fedora. The fabulous fedora. The Fabdora. That's what I'm going to call it. Looking fabulous and stunning. Salute to AJ, the one. Now, this video, I'm joking, but this is not going to be that funny, right? Now, when y'all see this young girl on here, like, is she black? Technically, she is because of the one drop rule. And if we say that she's not black, that's colorism. If you say that she's mixed, that's colorism. If you say she's black, yep, she's just as black as Viola Davis. She's just as black as pick anybody. But let's get into it though. And these are the detriments. It don't have to be a detriment. It's only a detriment. And even if you look at the chat, right? I mean, even if you look at the caption, it says, point of view telling your mixed child she black. Telling your mixed child she's black. Based on whose interpretation?
So you're not black? Why are you not black?
Look at that.
Hey, so I'm matching the colors like ours. You're matching the color like what? I'm matching like mom. You're matching like your mom. But your dad's this color. I'm this color. But you're still black. It's okay being black. You like being black? I don't like being black. Why don't you like being black?
Now, don't trip. I'm going to run this back. But why are you filming this? I'm just saying, like, why are you filming this? Like, I don't get it, bruh. As y'all parents, y'all let me know. And AJ says the hair says it all. She definitely had more than one drop. Hey, I was being like condescending with the one drop. Like I said, this is our community. We'll accept her. Even if she had a half a drop, we'll be like, oh, well, you know, that's good. And I've already been saying, like, we accept people. We don't look at their skin pigment and say, you too light, right? Now, there may be some people, but we're talking about the collective. The collective of our community accepts these. Now, on the flip side, the white community won't accept her as white. But we have to accept her as black. And that's fine because this is a beautiful young lady. And hey, welcome aboard. You're one of us, little baby, right? But would the W say that? She's half white. So 100% of black people are supposed to accept her as black, but 0% of white people accept her as white because of the one drop rule. But again, if you subscribe to the one drop rule, what you're saying is that one drop of Negro, that one drop of blackness is the purest form of genetic transfer. Otherwise, how could it be so powerful? I do this analogy. 3 scoops of vanilla ice cream. Matter of fact, make it 5. 5 scoops of vanilla ice cream. 1 teeny tiny drop of Hershey syrup. Are those 5 scoops now chocolate? Well, according to the one drop rule, yes, they are. And you said, since when do athletes chase groupies, snow bunnies, black or otherwise? Last time I checked, it was the other way around. Well, it's not almost about chasing. Many times these women are chasing them, but many of these women are very cunning and calculated in terms of getting these men trapped. Now, these dudes are not victims, but many of them have a certain level of worship for non-black cooch and black cooch as well. But you know what I'm saying. And you know what, Timmy, I'm going to just get you up out of here because, bro, you never have anything good to say. So, bam. Now, I haven't blocked you, but, you know, I might have to, though. Just because you don't bring anything of value here, bruh. But let's get back into the video. But remember this girl, he's calling her black. And I got the sisters in the chat saying, yeah, she got one more, she has more than one drop of black blood, right? But then she's saying she don't want to be black. And he's saying, well, why don't you want to be black? It's like, bruh, you didn't stand on business as a father and embrace the beauty of being black. You didn't even embrace the beauty of being biracial. Having her uplift her white side and her black side. You're just calling her black. And she said, no, I don't want to be black because I'm not black. Look, my skin is different. And this will always tell people black is not a skin color because none of our skin colors are black. When they talk about black and brown, we're the brown that they're talking about. They'll be talking about black and brown and be talking about me and AOC. Where's the brown? AOC isn't brown. No, she's Latina. Yeah, so is Cameron Diaz. Neither of them are brown. Let's get into it, though.
You're meant to like your mom. But your dad's this color. But you're still black. It's okay being black. You like being black? I don't like being black. Why don't you?
Nah, Tutnees, I ain't on the censorship. I ain't gonna block him. I just timed him out because I don't mind his trolling. It's just his trolling is just low level and very rudimentary. There's no scholarly value. Like if he actually wanted to challenge me, and Tampon Timmy is just obviously a vagina with a yeast infection because he don't want to come up. Every time I drop the link, he has all this stuff to say. I'll do a 5-hour stream. Timmy will be there for the whole 5 hours, but won't hit the link. He has all this stuff to say, but then as soon as I drop the link, he acts like a little B-I-E-I-E-I itch. So Tampon Timmy, go over there and, rub on your cooch, bro. Let me cook. But like I said, all you cats that love that white cooch, bro, which, hey, there's nothing wrong with. Be with who you want to be with. But you have to be able to raise strong, confident kids who embrace their full identity.
What? You're matching like your mom. But your dad is this color. But you still black. It's okay being black. You like being black? I don't like being black. Why don't you like being black? I like being white. You like being white? That's okay. But you still black. Being black is okay. It's like a superhero hybrid.
This video is really kind of sad because, first of all, that little girl is absolutely adorable. The both of them are. And she's like, I don't want to be black. Like, I'm white. I like to be white.
So you heard that little girl, right? How do we think that little girl is going to go through society? And this is what they'll do, right? That little girl, she said she wasn't black. And then if the black kids that she grows up with say, hey, bro, you ain't black. You ain't like us. Then they're going to blame it on colorism. They're going to say because of her light skin, that's why the black community didn't accept her. No, she didn't accept herself because she had a W mom who can't teach her about blackness. And she has a black dad who's just happy to be sniffing some vanilla cooch. He's over here, baby, why don't you want to be black? Dad, you didn't lean into standing on nothing for blackness. That's why she's speaking for herself. And for herself, she's saying, yeah, I don't really want to be black. Her dad hasn't put a premium on being black. All her dad was just saying, you was black, baby. You was black, baby. And she looking like, no, I'm not. I'm not your skin tone. And this is what these people do. All they do is try to take a dip, in the vanilla pool and then try to say, hey, look, because my baby came out with a drop of melanin, then suddenly this kid is black. No, you can't just automatically call that kid black. That kid has a right to identify themselves. And that kid said that she's not black. So none of us in this chat should be trying to impose blackness on her. That seemed to be a smart young girl. Now, what are we going to think in 10 years that she's going to say that she's black, or 20 years that she's going to say that she's black? We don't know. And let's just say that she is black, right? If that little black girl gets with a little white guy and they have a kid, are they going to have a black kid? Like, come on, bro. Who are we kidding here? Like Tudney said, then let her be white. Yes, there's nothing wrong with being white. There is an issue where if you say that you're white one day and then you claim that you're black another day and then you claim that you're mixed another day. No, a zebra can't change its stripes. If you put a zebra in the San Francisco Zoo, it's still a zebra. You put a zebra in the San Diego Zoo, zebra. Texas, zebra. It doesn't matter. And that's how it is with us. If we're black and foundational black American, it's in us, not on us. If I go to China, I'm FBA. If I go to Brazil, I'm FBA. If I go to Uganda, I'm FBA. And unfortunately, many of these people, and to some extent, we have allowed these people to cosplay and tether and to turn on blackness on and off and take it on like a coat. They come to the cookout. I'm black just like you, my nigga. And then they get enrolled in college. Hey, I'm not like those blacks. I'm different. I'm mixed. You know what I mean? It's like, come on, bruh. Like, no, go around your W people and say, hey, I'm black. You know what I mean? But these people, their ethnicity changes based on their environment. You can't immigrate into a lineage. You can't turn and take off a lineage like a jacket or a coat. And shout out to Shayla Buford. Buford, that sounds like a down south name. You from the South? Let me know. And shout out to Shayla. You said when the Buckra community gets through it, I don't know what community you talking about, gets through with her ass, she'll be, I think you were trying to say the biracial. When the biracial community gets through with her, she'll be begging to take her. Hey, that's usually how it happens. That's what happened with Amber Rose. Amber Rose was saying she wasn't black. And then she tried to go with the W's, and the W said, yeah, you cool if you bashing the black people, but you ain't one of us. But this was lightweight sad to see.
And then as the video went on, she was literally like yelling, like, I'm not black. Like, and the father's like, yes, you are. Why are you confusing that child? She's not black. She's black and white.
And like she said, why are you confusing that child? And she said, only time will tell, but both sides are going to remind her. And both sides are going to remind her, but it should be her parents preparing her. Both sides are going to remind her, but she should be prepared for what's coming to her. Instead, they coddle her. No, baby, you black. You know what I mean? And he's trying to project what he sees her as. However, since it is a social construct and people are going to go how you phenotypically present. Oh, you said no, Buckra is a Gullah word for pale folks. Okay, cool. Thank you for putting me on game with the Gullah Geechee vernacular. But you're right, Lala. Oops, my bad. Only time will tell. And her parents should be, setting her up to be a more prepared for the type of, let's just say, ridicule, jokes, because there will be some jokes, because like we roast, that's part of our culture, right? So the people that like to say, y'all called us African booty scratcher, we called ourselves that. So if we gonna roast on ourselves, that's kind of an initiation process. We gonna roast you. Think of it like a gang, right? Gangs, and being part of the gang, you get jumped in. With us, you get roasted in. You can't try to say you part of our community, but then you try to get immune from being roasted. If somebody got bad teeth, they gonna get roasted. Somebody is fat, they gonna get roasted. Now, is it right? No, but like, that's kind of what we do. If you got nappy hair, you gonna get roasted. You got ashy feet, you gonna get roasted. If you too light, you get roasted. If you're too dark, you get roasted. But you know what? We all still love each other. You can still come to the cookout. We can still be friends. We can shake hands and play ball. It's just we got to roast each other. We play dozens. And to an extent, it is a form of escapism. We know every day we have to deal with some disgusting trope about us. Y'all just eat watermelon. All of y'all came from fatherless homes. All black women do is twerk and wear bonnets, right? We have all of these disgusting tropes, lies, narratives, epithets to deal with. So many of us internalize them. And some of us internalize them, and then they project it outward in a very toxic way. And then some people do it in what they would deem as a constructive way, in a bit of camaraderie, to clown on each other, right? I know around my guys, we clown on each other, and some of the stuff, it could appear to be below the belt, but that's only, if you know each other, right? Like, if you know somebody, you can kind of push the boundaries a little bit more with the racialized jokes or the offensive jokes. But if you don't know people, then, just kind of mind your business. But you said sometimes they want to know what race we are. I just say American. So, Jazzy, there's no race called American. So if you say that, American would be your nationality, but, salute to you. But yeah, there's no race called American. You said BBs on the neck. But let's get back into it, though. But this is a little bit sad, though, to see that little girl. And just for y'all that didn't see, I'm a running back.
Hey, I'm matching the colors like ours. You're matching the color like what?
Your mom.
You're matching like your mom.
Yeah.
But your dad's this color. But you still black. It's okay being black. You like being black? I don't like being black. Why don't you like being black? Because I like being white. You like being white?
And is anyone surprised that she says, I don't like being black, I like being whiter? You know what I mean? Because her daddy allegedly, presumably, worships whiteness. Like, why are we shocked? His little baby, he's imposing blackness on, says she's not black. I like being white. Is there anything wrong with that?
That's okay. But you're still black. Being black is okay. It's like a superhero hybrid.
This video is really kind of sad because, first of all, that little girl is absolutely adorable. The both of them are. And she's like, I don't want to be black. Like, I'm white. I like to be white. And then as the video went on, she was literally like yelling, like, I'm not black. Like, and the father's like, yes, you are. Why are you confusing that child? She's not black. She's black and white. She does have a skin tone that's more akin to her mom's.
Hey, and somebody had to say it. Big Rick says she has no clue of her black heritage. The dad is a dipshit. The mom loves it. And this is what I'm saying, because she's co-signing her mom. She said, hey, I don't want to be black. I want to be whiter. She said, I match my mom. And then the dude is saying, yeah, but baby, you're black. You're black, baby. It's like, come on, bro. Don't try to. And this is actually pathetic, bro. Why the fuck are you getting on social media and embarrassing your child like that? Really, you're embarrassing yourself. Your child stood on business. Your child told you what she is. Hey, bro, I ain't black. I want to be whiter. Now, you don't have to like it, but your baby told you what she is. And you trying to tell her, no, baby, you something else. How, bro? How could your baby stand on business for black heritage when he hasn't stood on business? If he is, he wouldn't have queued up that camera to put her on. This video went viral. And like, for what? You're embarrassing yourself. You're embarrassing your family. This ain't on his baby mama or his wife. His wife can't teach his daughter about blackness. He didn't want to call his daughter mixed, and his daughter didn't want to call herself mixed. His daughter wanted to call herself white, right? Okay, fine. Where is the pappy to be building up in educating his young girl? She's not too young to learn. If she's not too young to know that she's white, she's not too young to know that she's black or mixed. So this is a failure of both parents, but specifically the pappy. And bro, Jazz, I don't know if you trolling, but you're asking these kind of little juvenile rudimentary questions. Is Chinese a race? I mean, come on, bruh. Is this the best the high IQs have to offer? No, there's no race called Chinese. Do I have to go down the list? There's no race called Chinese. There's no race called Japanese. There's no race called Filipino. There's no race called Cambodian. Shall I continue? Chinese is a national ethnic identifier. It's not a race. You don't know this already, bro?
I don't understand what it is with black men that have biracial children and then try to force the kids to only claim them. Does that make sense? Like, that old racist trope, one drop rule ass shit does not apply in modern times. You are whatever your mother is. The baby follows the womb culturally. And if you are more than one race, then you are biracial. You are mixed race. What is the problem with being biracial? Why is that black man trying to force his visibly lighter complected biracial daughter to only claim blackness? I think that that's wrong, and it's confusing to a child. And at least the mother stepped in and said, you're both, and then the daughter was like, well, you don't look, like that. And she was like, oh, because both of my parents are white. And the little girl's like, I don't want to be white. And then she started saying that her dad was a monster. She said, you're a monster. And I'm just like, whoa. I mean, kids have vivid imaginations, but why would she choose to call him a monster? And what is it that the mother is teaching her about her skin tone? And this is why a lot of tragic biracials, and I'm talking about.
Yeah, and this is why they have the term like tragic mulattoes. Like she said, she calling her dad a monster. And Jazzy, bro, come on, bro. I'm finna drop the link because I ain't gonna be on here too much longer, bro. But I would love for the ladies to come up because, like Tudney said, they're just trolling at this point. And like I said, yeah, you can get technical and try to say, well, everybody is biracial because technically everybody has some sort of admixture. But when we're talking about racial makeup, since it's a social construct, it's about how you phenotypically present. And since Jazzy, you've proven to be low IQ, right? I thought you had some sort of sense, but with your comments, you've proven to be low IQ, but it's okay. Like, I'm here to learn, but I'm here to teach. You can't teach me anything with the comments that you've been saying, so don't trip. You're going to learn today. I just told you there's no race called Chinese. So all you got to do is look up, oh, Black Chinese. Yeah, because it's not a race. It's a nationality. So of course there's Black Chinese people. What, you didn't know about this? You didn't know about all these Black Chinese people? They're not just Black Chinese people. There's Black Asians. I mean, there's Black Filipinos, Black Japanese people. Remember this guy? What's this dude's name? Tyson Beckford? I know the ladies know Tyson Beckford. Did you know Tyson Beckford is part Chinese? He's a Black Chinese person. All of these people are Black Chinese people because China, or being Chinese, is not a race. Okay, so thank you for attending my TED Talk. Now, I'm going to go ahead and drop this link because I ain't going to be here for too much longer. If anyone who's not a troll wants to come up, especially any of the ladies, especially the biracial. Shout out to Seduction. She came through earlier. She told me that she was a biracial sister who was B1. So yeah, I would love to hear from any of the biracials. But let's get back into this video though. And she says they were all Black before whited out. Yeah, correct. So let's get back into this video. Give me one moment.
Tragic biracials. Not every biracial is tragic. I'm talking about biracials that are tragic because they feel like they can't fit in anywhere. They don't know where they are, or they have no home, or they're not accepted over here. They're not accepted over there. It's because you're both. I think when people just learn to embrace every facet of themselves, every side of themselves, then it seems like things would be better. I don't understand how it's acceptable to denounce your mom, the womb, the portal that ushered you into this physical plane. Your mother is the first godlike deity that you know as a child when you come into this world. So for children to come from white wombs and for Black men to say you're not, you're just Black, is diabolical to me. Is it just me? Is it just me? The one-drop rule was initially implemented so that white slavers could be deadbeat daddies. They're the first deadbeat daddies of the world, so that they did not have to claim or take care of their biracial children. That's how that started. And if you want a monoracial Black child, if you want a child that's fully Black, have a baby with someone that's Black. Don't have a baby with a white woman and tell a child you're Black.
Wow, what a concept. If you want a Black baby, then get you a Black bae. Yeah. So that's the whole thing. People are always trying to kind of reverse engineer things. But let's get back into this though.
Racist. But it really is. It's so normalized to be anti-Black that that's not even thought of as anything wrong, but it is very wrong. With that said, you have a white mother and a Black father?
Yes.
And you have experienced something along the lines of this, yes?
Yes.
Come on.
Man, I have 5 sisters, and we all look different, but I look a lot like my dad.
Mm-hmm.
So I experienced the worst of it. My mother is white. She's German. First time I experienced racism was from my own mother. And it was when she was upset with us most of the time. So just like that little girl's mom was kept yelling at her to come in the house, she's probably frustrated with her. like most white tea people, when they become frustrated and upset, the racism emerges. The mask falls off and it comes out. Mm-hmm. So when my mom was angry, she'd be like, "You little."
And so now that I got the sketch on paper, I can basically just take a photo of that.
So y'all heard that, right? This lady's own mother, and I'm going to play the video. I'm going to just let this ad play. This lady's own mother, when she got mad, she would call her kids niggers. Are we shocked? And you know what? I blame the people, the bed bucks and the bed wenches, the bunny hoppers, the Brad lovers. I don't care who you're with or who you love. There's nothing wrong with being in interracial relationships. If you got a white dude and you've been happily married, you got a white woman, none of that really matters to me. But what does matter is you're overlooking the anti-Black bigotry just because you like to get sucked and fucked on. That's a form of cowardice. That's a form of weakness that I just simply can't relate with, that I can't stomach. You can't try to tell me how much, you're in love and you're in lust and stuff. Like, do you even love yourself? These people are doing all sorts of slave play. They're having these kids that are going to grow up in the world and have these identity crises, all for the name of you to get a quick nut. How pathetic could you be?
Words. White tea people, when they become frustrated and upset, the racism emerges. The mask falls off and it comes out. Mm-hmm. So when my mom was angry, she'd be like, "You little N-word, B-words." Yeah, that. If you know what I mean.
So not only was she calling her daughters niggers, she was calling them nigger bitches. Come on now. Now, it was some dude who probably hit it from the front, the back, and the side. He got sucked from the back, and then she made him a sandwich. She made him a mayo sandwich, gave him some tuna casserole. And then he thought life was good. And then you have a mixed kid who you call Black, and your W mama calls your kid a nigger bitch. I mean, was it worth it? Was it worth it?
And so just like that little girl's mom was kept yelling at her to come in the house, she's probably frustrated with her. Like most white tea people, when they become frustrated and upset, the racism emerges. The mask falls off and it comes out. Mm-hmm. So when my mom was angry, she'd be like, "You little N-word, B-words." Yeah, that. If you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. That is a very, very derogatory term. So.
Hold on, tut knees. Bro, talking about I didn't swirl at all. That last message had me feeling guilty. Yeah, bro, the only way you feeling guilty is if you was playing in the snow, and that's fine, bro. I'm sure it's fun to make snow angels. It's just like, hey, don't hold on. Do I got one? Because tut knees, and you ain't been over here for a while, tut knees. So do I have it queued up? Hey, tut knees, you said you ain't swirled? You said you're not a swirler, right, tut knees?
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap.
Hey, tut knees, stop the cap. And since you capping, I gotta hit you. You already know I had to hit you, tut knees.
What? How please?
Nigga, please.
How? Nigga, what? Nigga, please.
Nigga, please.
What?
Hey, tut knees, love you, bruh, but you don't got a lot to kick it. You do not got a lot to kick it. Respectfully. And shout out Frank Nitty, still putting on for the biddy, who said Ricardo looking like Dracula. Hey, bro, shout out to Ricardo. My homie's mom is white. She used to call them ninjas. And see, this is what I'm trying to say, bro. And this is what I blame: the bed wenches and the bunny hoppers, bro. Because the thing is, y'all didn't vet these people. All you did was see some curvature. You know what I mean? You seen some orifices that you wanted to penetrate, and that was good enough for you, right? But at what expense? See, when you have kids, it's not about your life anymore. Your life should be devoted to them, at least for the first 20 plus years. And you didn't care about that because all you thought about 20 years of swimming and sniffing some vanilla cooch. Vanilla cooch that hates your community. How desperate could you be? And Roger says sometimes racism comes out when they're really relaxed and they forget themselves. It just slips out. Yeah. Some will call it a Freudian slip. You said I ain't never swirled. Gotta stop dragging his name. Hey, my bad. Hey, my bad, Tutnese. I thought you was capping. You said, what race is the guy with the long hair and the tan skin? Well, I don't know. I don't think he subscribes to the racial construct, but he does identify as Mexican and indigenous. But his name is Ricardo Ignacio. You would have to contact him to see his racial makeup. I never heard him claim a race. I think he tries to reject much of this social construct, but he does identify as Mexican and indigenous.
That shocked me to the core. I think I was like 6 or something when I first heard that. Imagine being that young, you know.
By your own mother, the person that gave birth to you.
Right. And it was very conflicting because my mom took very good care of me. She was a housewife, and I know she loved me, but I could see the racism. So it was just very confusing.
In your opinion, do you think that she was intentionally being racist?
I think she was trying to inflict harm on us because she was frustrated. And so, yeah, I think a little bit of it was intentional. Like, I'm angry at you, so I'm going to let you know how I really feel, or I'm going to let you know that I'm superior, or this is what you really are. Even though you're my daughter, this is how I look at you. Kind of. So.
Was your father around?
Yes, my parents were married for 50 years.
Okay. Did your father at any time hear your mother call you a little NB?
Yeah, I think he heard her a few times say it, and he got angry with her. So, and then a few times he got angry with her, and then other times he didn't say anything. So.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Yeah, so
I know that you said you.
Sorry, babe, but yeah, if your dad didn't say anything, your dad respectfully was a buck broken bozo. He's over here letting his little mixed race black girls get called nigger bitches. And sometimes he says something and other times he doesn't say anything. That's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of these cats are just these moisturized maniacs going around sniffing on white cooch or non-black cooch and just thinking that it's just automatically better. Like Malcolm said, who taught you to hate yourself? I mean, is this the type of father you would want? I mean, is this the type of father you would want to be? To allow someone that you impregnated to disrespect your child with racial slurs and epithets? There's no coochie in the world that's good, that is that good. There's no head on the planet that's good. That you allow your daughter to be called a nigger bitch and then be married to that person for 50 plus years. Like I said, your dad, unfortunately, was a brain rotted, buck broken buffoon. No other way to put it. But let's run that back.
And then a few times he got angry with her, and then other times he didn't say anything. So.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so I know that you said you were only around 6 when you first experienced it.
Yeah.
I don't expect you to necessarily remember exactly how it felt, but do you remember how it felt to be called that by your mother?
Yeah, I know. By the age of 6, unfortunately, I knew what that meant. So,
yeah.
I've heard it before. I've seen the movies, you know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Of course.
So by the age of 6, which means if she says by the age of 6, before the age of 6, her mom was calling her nigger bitches. Come on now. And even as a young child, she still remembered it, right? Right now, how many of you guys remember what you were doing at 5? Do you remember what you got on your 5th birthday? Do you remember what kind of cake you had? It's a lot of shit you don't remember when you were 5 or 6 years old. But if you were called a nigger bitch by your mom, yeah, you will remember that. Get over it. It's just a word. Isn't that what they say? Okay, fine. Is it just a word when your mom is calling you a nigger bitch? I think it hits and cuts a little bit deeper than it's just a word and sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me, right? It's a lot deeper than that.
Yeah, I was hurt. And I was just like, that's when I first started to build a rift between me and my mom. I was a daddy's girl to the core because of that.
Did it affect your relationship between you and your father, knowing that he heard her say this and he didn't do anything about it?
There was a lot of domestic abuse in my household. So I don't know what he was doing, but I know that they did not get along a lot. They did not, It is very hard for interracial couples to get along. They have the highest divorce rate.
So here she says her dad wasn't even getting along with her mom, but somehow he stuck around for 50 years. Yeah, bro sounds like a buck-broken, brain-rotted bozo to me. Sorry, babe. Like, no disrespect to your pops, but come on now. You letting your pops go around? I mean, not saying she's letting her pops, but her pops is letting his wife call their daughters nigger bitches, and he still sticks around. And then there was domestic abuse and all this type of stuff. I don't know if she's going to get into that. Who was abusing who? Because it sounds like her mom was the abuser. And the way this dude didn't do anything when his wife was disrespecting his daughters, he probably was the one getting beat up. Now, since I'm calling him the buck-broken, brain-rotted bozo, maybe he was the one. Maybe his wife was whooping him. Sounds like they were doing slave play type stuff, allegedly, presumably, and condescendingly, being a little bit facetious with his commentary, but come on now. Could anyone put anything past any type of dude? If you're a type of dude that would let your wife call your kids nigger bitches, then you'll definitely be into slave play. You'll definitely be into any other disgusting, sinister things that throws the community under the bus. Nobody thinks some dude that allows his daughters to be called nigger bitches is standing on any type of business. And the woman that did that, you stuck around with her for 50 years? Yeah, bro gets no respect from me.
Yep. Facts.
Facts. And people think they glamorize it so much, but it is very hard to be, as a biracial person, it is very hard to be raised in 2 different races, 2 different cultures.
So like she said, it's extremely hard to be raised in 2 different cultures. You know what I mean? You go around your black family, you saying nigga, nigga, nigga. You go around your white family, it's like, can't say that. You know what I mean? But Roger said at 5, he got a choo-choo train that ain't work. Was that a Thomas the Train? Shout out to trains, because do kids even get gifted trains anymore? I love the train, like setting up the track, had the train going all the way through. I did get a train that didn't work. I was excited. It was a big one and it didn't work. And then the one that did work, it didn't work to perfection. Then I had got a remote control car and that shit had a cord. And I was like, you got to be kidding me, right? Like before, people don't know, like they used to make remote control cars that had a cord. So it couldn't really go as far. You had to keep walking with it. Now they got ones, that go like 75 miles an hour. They got some crazy ones, but these is old school classics. But shout out to Roger for, taking us back down memory lane with his choo-choo train.
I wouldn't wish that on anyone. It's hard. I don't recommend it. Yeah. I've heard it before. I've seen the movies,
Yeah. Oh yeah, of course.
And, yeah, I was hurt. And I was just like, that's when I first started to build a rift between me and my mom. I was a daddy's girl to the core because of that.
Did it affect your relationship between you and your father, knowing that he heard her say this and he didn't do anything about it?
There was a lot of domestic abuse in my household, so I don't know what he was doing, but I know that they did not get along a lot. They did not, you know. It is very hard for interracial couples to get along. They have the highest divorce rate. Interracial.
Yep.
Facts. And people think they glamorize it so much, but it is very hard to be as a biracial person. It is very hard to be raised in two different races, two different cultures. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. It's hard. I don't recommend it. I don't recommend mixing.
Let me ask you this question. Now that you're an adult, have you ever, or would you ever have a conversation with your mother as to why she specifically called you those words?
I did have a conversation with her actually, because we're taking care of her now. She's elderly. I've had the opportunity to spend some one-on-one time with her. I avoided her a lot growing up, and I never really had that kind of time and conversations with my mom because I didn't feel she understood me as a Black woman.
Yeah.
She just denies it still. She's like, I didn't mean that. I was just upset. You know, I love you. I didn't mean that. You need to forgive me. That, you know, it's still the same denial that they give you in general, white tea people.
I didn't mean it like that.
Right. I think racism is ingrained, and it usually comes out when people are angry. And it doesn't matter if they're in an interracial.
Oh, Tetney's got a little bit triggered. I think somebody else said bro looked like a vampire too. Shout out to mi hermano Ricardo. Is bro from Transylvania or what? And Tutney says, I got one of those quarter remote control cars for my 6th birthday. Stop bragging about trains. Some of us didn't grow up with a silver spoon. Hey, I didn't grow up with a silver spoon. My family couldn't afford a train. My family was poor, bro. We was on Section 8. The only reason why I got that those gifts was because they have, you know, like the NGOs, the nonprofits. I don't know if they were called NGOs back then, but, you know, they would have like the nonprofits, the charities and stuff. And they would, some of those programs, they used to have solid community programs where they would donate stuff. I remember I had got some Ninja Turtles. Shout out to those Ninja Turtles because I loved them. I had got some basketballs, a train set. I felt like I was the man. I always remember that Christmas, you know, even though there were, you know, Christmas is supposed to be more than just that. But I ain't gonna lie, that Christmas was lit. I had got like a mountain bike, bruh. It was the one, and it wasn't because I had a silver spoon. Like my mom couldn't afford it, bro. But they did used to have, you know, before it was like this influx of undocumented immigrants. It used to be like, you know, American programs for Americans. You know what I mean? So, but now if you go to the food banks, you go to these things, you be like, God damn, where's all the Black people? You know what I mean? So, it's unfortunate, but yeah, I didn't grow up with no silver spoon, bro. At all. You said Ninja Turtles was lit. Yeah, I love Ninja Turtles, bro. Who was your favorite Ninja Turtle? I was just talking to my boy Danny Myers yesterday, and they said clearly Raphael, and I had a debate now. My favorite one was Michelangelo. I just liked Michelangelo. He was funny. But I told them, I was like, but they were saying, well, obviously Raphael was the best one. And I told them, yeah, Raphael was a little bit unhinged and too temperamental. So I would go with Leonardo or Donatello. And they said Donatello was a nerd. But yeah, you know me, shout out. Nerdy lives matter, and shout out all the blurs, the Black nerds. I like Donatello because he was the mastermind and he got busy with that staff. However, when we talk about the pure fighting, Leonardo was one of them guys. Now, some people, okay, this is the best comment that you said all day, Jay. He said Leo or Donnie. That's what I told my boy. They said Ralph because they think Ralph was kind of the muscle enforcer, but Ralph was a kind of a bully, a little bit unhinged. Not to disrespect Ralph because I love the Ninja Turtles, but my favorite, just of popularity, I would go with Michelangelo. But if I'm talking about the complete fighter, I may have to go with Leo or Donnie, like he says. Leo because he was he had the temperament, plus he had that sword and bro knew how to swing it. And Donatello just because he was smart, and you know, your most important weapon is your mind, and Donatello had the strongest mind. So yeah, I agree with you, Jay. You say, Ninja Turtles was not family friendly when they made their debut in 84 and 85. Avid comic book collectors, 83, 86. I saw the first issue. I said, what the hell is this? Nah, I didn't know that. Hey, and Roger, if you have access to some of those issues, let me know. I would love to get some unhinged turtle stuff. And now they do make those kind of dark turtles, like, the Ronin ones where they show blood, guts, and gore of the Ninja Turtles. And you said, my mom used to stand out all night in front of Arco Arena to get Christmas gifts. Damn, I miss her. Leonardo was the best. And salute to your mom. And you said you miss her. I don't know if she's still here, but either way, blessings to Mama Tutney's. Raphael, see, I knew you was going to say that, Roger. God darn it, Roger. Raphael Meadows, huh? You said, bro, who knew how to swing it, pause? You know what? Hold on, bro. This nigga Tutney's is cutting up, bro. Tutney's, hey, I gotta hit you. Hey, Tutney's.
And I quote, you know your damn role and shut your damn mouth.
That's all. You said the turtle bus only some kids had. That turtle bus was fire. What y'all know about April O'Neil? And what's to do with the hockey mask? Casey Jones. Man, I wanted a Casey Jones action figure. Never had one. But you know what? I may have to start recollecting them. Could give me some Bebop and Rocksteadies. You said the original was exactly what you described. Shredder died in the first issue. I think they kicked him off of a roof where Wolverine type fighters from X-Men. Casey Jones. Yeah, Casey Jones was that guy. Didn't they have like a rat dude too? Not Splinter, but it was like a rat dude in the sewer or something like that. I'm gonna have to revisit my turtle characters, but like, I did like Bebop and Rocksteady though, even once they was on the different squad. But that was a little turtle trivia right there, you know what I mean? So hopefully y'all enjoyed that. Hey, shout out to Frank Nitty. He really put it on for the biddy. Bro really know. Bro know the stuff. The Rat King. Shout out to that. You got Casey Jones. Where'd you get that from? Man, I'm gonna have to step my turtle collection up. Do you got an April O'Neil? That turtle van was classic, bro. So shout out to Jay, because, bro, that turtle van was the one. I think they had like a turtle helicopter too, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm going to play like 10 more minutes of this and I'm going to get ready to shut her down.
Relationship, it doesn't matter. It's ingrained in us. And that's why there's so much racism and colorism. It's on a psychic, subconscious level. Like, it's deep. So you can date how many people you want outside your race. It's usually a reflection of self-hatred. It's usually some kind of battle within that you're trying to rectify through a relationship with a person that doesn't share the same race and culture as you. But then the children really suffer. Like, me and my sister suffered a lot. We're all different colors. We're like a kitty litter. Like, literally, all of us, some of us look closer to white. Some of us look closer to black, like me. There was this competition with us because of our mom. She favored the closer one that looked more white. So always complimented them more, you know what I'm saying? And then they thought they were superior because of that. And then I was called all kinds of names because of my complexion. I look kind of light now, but I get really dark in the summer, like my dad, like dark. And I love to be out in the sun. So they used to call me Darky. They used to call me Spooky when I got a tan, like my own sisters.
Yeah, so where have we heard this from? Black people calling people spooks? I mean, black people getting called spooks. Her own mom was calling her a nigger bitch. And then when she got older and she tried to talk to her mom about it, her mom was like, paraphrasing, girl, that's just a word. I really love you. A lot of you guys love your kids. Have you ever called your kids nappy-headed? Have you ever called your kids niggers just because you got mad? And then on top of that, let's just say that you're in an interracial relationship with a white person, right? Would you call your mixed race kid a cracker because their mom is white? Why are these slurs always one way? It's just like the one drop rule. It only works one way, right? 1 drop of blackness, you black. 10,000 drops of whiteness, yeah, but there's 1 drop of black, so you're black. It only works one way. All of these slurs towards black people, but this person is mixed with something else. Why aren't you slurring them? Were there no derogatories for their other side? And I'm asking this rhetorically and facetiously because no one should be getting bullied and called disgusting epithets simply because they look or sound different or they have a different lineage. But these are the dangers and the detriments of people just irresponsibly interracially dating and mating. Not because you should stick to your own, which some people believe that and more rigid. I say, fine, you can love who you want to love and be who you want to be with. You don't need anyone's permission for that. But just to be responsible and to actually have some sort of dignity for your child. Get to know these people. Get to know their cultural background and how they feel about your cultural background and heritage. Because many of these people, all they see is a booty hole that they can eat and a vagina that they can sniff. And they say, you know what? That's a good enough for me. But then when you have those kids come out with identity crisis, not because of them, because of you. Like I said earlier, if you buy a box of Duncan Hines cake and that cake comes out disgusting, runny, or burnt, you can't blame it on the cake. It wasn't Duncan Hines' fault. It wasn't Betty Crocker's fault. It was whoever baked that cake. So once these kids grow up and they're destitute and disenfranchised and deranged, who brought them into the world? And once you answer that question, then you know who to blame.
Yeah?
Yeah. So my mom, from her colorism and her favoritism, created a competition within us that still exists till this day. And I just wanted to be accepted for who I am. Like, I don't want to be every time.
So Tutney says most of them are more interested in the fetishism. The kids are an unwanted byproduct. Correct. And this is what I'm saying. And I concur with this. However, they do have what's called reverberating effects. It's not just about you. And this is where it gets very disgusting with people's selfishness. Just because you wanted to swim in some vagina or some chick wanted to get ramrodded from behind by Tyrone. Yeah, it's bigger than your little sexual proclivities. You said some of these biracials cry about how they were mistreated by the Black community. Some of them look down upon us. Yeah, and this is what I don't like, because many of them do look down, but then they don't say that. And then if they get rejected by the Black community, or not even rejected, just ridiculed, then they turn it into colorism and self-hate. And that's why I ran to Brad, because I got clowned. Like, all Black people get clowned. And the most people that clown them are other Black people. Have you ever went to all of the... Ask people that go to these all lily white private schools. You think those kids are not bullying each other there? You think those kids are not clowning on each other there? I knew a chick in Walnut Creek who was a soccer mom. She said some of the most brutal competition is with the soccer moms. They're competing on which kid has the best cleat, which soccer mom has the best Vans, which soccer mom is going to organize the parties, you know, for the banquet of the team. Like, it's intense competition, and all it is supposed to be things that are for the kids. But many of these parents, they make it about themselves, and they start looking down on other families because, you know, this family may be more wealthier, and you may have grew up with a silver spoon, but they grew up with a silver spoon, a fork, and a silver knife. So these other communities will clown. You think there's no clowning and ridiculing of other Asians by other Asians? So the whole, well, they made fun of me. Yeah, people make fun of each other. If you are Black and you're dark, you're going to get made fun of. Doesn't mean that they hate you. We'll make fun of them and be like, hey, bro, you know, my mom having dinner, slide over tonight. You know what I mean? I got called an African booty scratcher. I'm not African. We weren't really calling that to Africans because there wasn't even a bunch of Africans around us. All this African and Caribbean immigration, this is all relatively new. We didn't grow up around a bunch of Africans. So we were calling ourselves African booty scratcher. And it wasn't even us who came up with that term. So the whole, we were mistreated. Like, come on, bro. Who wasn't mistreated? Who wasn't bullied? You know what I mean? I'm not saying I was bullied, you know what I mean? But in a certain sense, you were. But the thing is, we don't see it as bully. We saw it as roasting, playing the dozen, essentially clowning on somebody because they're poor is a form of verbal bullying. But with us, we were like, all right, well, I'm going to just fire back. Talking about someone's mama, we were the ones who created the yo mama jokes. Now, some people was like, hey, you can clown me, but if you talk about my mama, I'm going to go upside your head. And then other people, they talked about people, mama, yo mama so fat, yo mama so dumb. You know what I mean? These are very harsh things. So imagine somebody saying, okay, hey, you're mixed, you ain't black. Okay, maybe they shouldn't be saying that, but is that really more harsh than talking about someone's mom? So I can't really let that mistreatment narrative really ride because unfortunately people mistreat people. And you said, I know a Buckra female who has no exaggeration, 12 kids, all by different brothers. And she gave all those kids up to the system. She was only in it for the black peen. And that's what I'm trying to say. Some of these chicks, they just want a little bit of soul pole, but they don't give a flying fig Newton about those kids, unfortunately. And this is what it is on these brothers, to not be so enamored, by sniffing some vanilla cooch.
Every time I get a tan, somebody has to point it out. Every time I do my hair in a style and I look more like my dad, they used to call me spooky. Spooky when I got a tan, like my own sisters.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So my mom, from her colorism and her favoritism, created a competition within us that still exists till this day. And I just never understood it. I just wanted to be accepted for who I am. Like, I don't want to be, every time I get a tan, somebody has to point it out. Every time I do my hair in a style and I look more like my dad. Oh, you look like dad. Your dad. You look black like daddy. You look like so. And thank you. Like, why are you pointing it out? You have the problem. If you're pointing it out, somebody's features, and you're constantly their hair texture and their skin color, you have a problem and you're obsessed with it. That's the issue. I had to forgive myself from getting so angry at other people for judging me constantly in my family. Mixed people are supposed to look like Mariah Carey. That's how my family thinks. Like,
right.
We're supposed to be super light, almost white passing, light, thin hair, no curls. My hair is natural curly, by the way. I blew it out. It's thick and curly. So it's like, your hair has to be close to white tea, and so does your complexion. And that's how you're a mixed person. There is like variations of colorism within mixed people that we discriminate against each other amongst mixed people. Again, who looks the most white? If you look the most white, you're the most beautiful. Like, I've had black men ask me, like, you're mixed, but you don't look mixed enough. Dated non-black man, they said nothing about my complexion, nothing about my hair, nothing. They just said, oh, you're beautiful. That's it. I date black men, I experienced the same childhood trauma over and over again.
Well, see, this is where the whole flat blackness comes in. Which black men did she date? Because a lot of times these people will date like African or Caribbean people, and they'll say, hey, look, this was my experience of dating black men. No, that was your experience of dating African and Caribbean men, because many of these people come over, and it's not all them, but if you look, like, there's not a huge market for skin bleaching and cake soap here. There is in Africa. There is in Asia. There is in the Caribbean. So sometimes people have an experience with an African or a Caribbean person, and then they start saying, oh, look, this is what happened when I date black men. No, you dated a Caribbean man, right? It's the same thing when dudes say, like, see, I've dated several Latinas and this is how they act. It's like, bro, all the Latina chicks you dated was Mexican. But you're trying to say that this is how Latinas are. That's not how Puerto Ricans are. That's not how Venezuelans or Hondurans are. but this is what you've been convinced, to think of. And you said she probably dates niggas like her cuck daddy. That's what I'm saying. She's dating these brain dead, buck broken bozos. So then she's saying, oh, this is how the black men treat me. No, that's unfortunately, you dealing with probably some Sambos and tethers. Because no black dude is going to look at her and say, you ain't mixed enough for me. Any dude that's looking for a mixed chick has self-hate. Now, if you find a chick and then she just happens to be mixed, fine. But if you're going and seeking out mixed chicks, that is a form of self-hatred. I don't know any black dude that would be looking at her like, baby, you fine. You just ain't mixed enough. Like, who would say that? Now, I know some people who is not from the lineage that would say that.
Mixed person. There is like variations of colorism within mixed people that is, we discriminate against each other amongst mixed people. Again, who looks the most white? If you look the most white, you're the most beautiful. Like, I've had black men ask me, like, you're mixed, but you don't look mixed enough. Dated non-black man, they said nothing about my complexion, nothing about my hair, nothing. They just said, oh, you're beautiful. That's it. I date black men, I experienced the same childhood trauma over and over again. I don't look like Alicia Keys or Mariah Carey.
And then when she says the same childhood trauma, I think that's a little bit gaslighting, because is she dating black men that's calling her spook? Or is she dating black men that are calling her nigger bitches? So when she talking about the same childhood trauma, how is that the same? How could it be the same as some random dude you're dating as your mom calling you a nigger bitch? So this is a little bit of a gaslight right here. But then again, who are these black men that she's dating? And at some point, you are what you attract. You know what I mean? If a dude keeps attracting OnlyFans thoughts, that says something about him. If she's attracting these black dudes, that think that she's not mixed enough, like, where is she at? I don't know no black dudes like that. Where is she finding these dudes at? At a Turning Point USA rally? Like, huh?
Or Vanessa Williams, Sure. So that's all I wanted to say. Like, it's a lot.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. Like Tutney said, that ain't how we talk. That's what I'm saying. You're not mixed enough. All these people that she was talking about, Mariah Carey, all this stuff. Guess who's accepted them as black? Black men. Why do you think she got with a black dude in Nick Cannon? Now, he wasn't the only dude she was with. She was with some white dudes and stuff too. Fine. That's what she wanted to do. When have black dudes at mass been going around saying, F Mariah Carey, she ain't black like us? People, man, some dudes would give up their left nut to be with Mariah Carey. So this chick, like I said, this is why we had to drop the whole flat blackness, because maybe I believe her. But when she says black men, what black men? This sounds like some kind of Caribbean African stuff. And you said she got to be talking about the white man. Well, she allegedly said that the white dudes, they're perfectly fine with her complexion and her hair. She only said it was the black man. So I was rocking with her, but like, when she told that lie on black men, you're not, baby, you fine. It's just you not mixed enough. Baby, you thick, and I would love to get inside if only you were mixed enough. Come on, bruh. Ain't no real N saying that. No YN, no ON, no real N's. Come on, baby. You don't got a lie to kick it.
Dated non-black man, they said nothing about my complexion, nothing about my hair, nothing. They just said, oh, you're beautiful. That's it. I date black men. I experienced the same childhood trauma over and over again. I don't look like Alicia Keys or Mariah Carey. Sure. Or Vanessa Williams, Sure. So,
sounds like she's trying to make a little excuse for her swirling. And look, if you want to swirl, fine. But now I sounds like she's just trying to pivot. Oh, this is what happened when I date black men, but this is what happened when I date white men, fine. If you want to get you a Brad Bartholomew or Benjamin, go ahead. Just don't lie on the collective of black men. And they need to be more precise with their language and say, the black men that I've dated, what is it about your vagina that's attracting these ain't shit, self-hating, self-loathing Negroes? Because I know plenty of dudes that if they see her picture, they would be ready to wife her up and treat her right. Nobody would be talking about her hair. Nobody would be talking about her skin tone. So who are these mythical black people that's saying she ain't mixed enough? I don't know. Like, actually, hey, little baby, I gotta hit you.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now.
Please stop the cap. And Frank says she got self-hate issues. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you already heard that she says she's still traumatized. Now, that is traumatizing, right? You are 5 or 6 and your mom is calling you a nigger bitch and your kids calling you spooky and say, oh, look how you're doing, darky. That still sounds traumatic. And then she's still trying to project, yeah, but when I date black men, I got to deal with the same trauma. Is she dating black men that call her nigger? Like, come on, bruh. How is it the same? So even let's just say it was true, right? A black man saying, baby, you ain't mixed enough is somehow the same as nigger bitch. I mean, let's take a poll. What's more offensive, nigger bitch or baby, you ain't mixed enough? Who are we kidding? And you said, remember, she made good points, but she's still a product of a bigot and a bed bug. I concur. So she definitely has a racial bipolarism. You say you inadvertently brought up a good point. What's her dad's lineage? We don't know. That's what I'm saying. When she say her dad's black, yeah, but what kind of black? Don't sound like he's foundational. So he can call her names. So he can call her the same names that her mom called her. Yeah, but he didn't call her none of the names. In this allegedly scenario, the black men said, baby, you ain't mixed enough. I don't know how saying you ain't mixed enough is on the same par as, NB, like Lala says. So it's only like 2 more minutes of this video. So I'm going to play the rest of the video and then I'm going to get up out of here. And I sincerely appreciate all y'all who've been here. And I want to give a extra special shout out to the Tori Experience. She hit me on the Cash App. And shout out to my boy Focus because he came through heavy on the Cash App yesterday. So I do have my Cash App scrolling at the bottom, $Easy Stack. If you're, feeling generous and want to make a contribution, or if you're unable or unwilling, don't worry. It won't cost you a fee. The likes are free. So we got 2 more minutes of this video and then I'll get ready to shut her down.
Beautiful. Mm-hmm. Like, I've had black men ask me, like, you're mixed, but you don't look mixed enough. Dated non-black man, they said nothing about my complexion, nothing about my hair, nothing. They just said, oh, you're beautiful. That's it. I date black men. I experience the same childhood trauma over and over again. I don't look like Alicia Keys or Mariah Carey, sure, or Vanessa Williams, Sure. So that's all I wanted to say. Like, it's a lot of layers to this.
There's a person some years ago that told me something along the lines of, in order to solve racism, we all need to just mix. And what they're pretty much saying is, let's erase everybody in order for narrow-minded people to not be able to be racist. That's kind of what they're saying. But also, a lot of people don't understand that a very large percentage of people in the Americas are mixed, technically. And mixing with white tea people has literally been white tea people's introduction to us via grape. The first children that were born out of black and indigenous women were the product of grape by rapist white tea men. So a lot of people in the Americas are actually mixed, and it never solved anything. Mixing with white tea people has never ever solved anything. And the fact that people are so ignorant to this fact and thinking that mixing with white tea people is the solution to solving things, they're very unaware of history. And that's what I wanted to say to end this video. But anyway, thank you very, very much for sharing this. Very brave of you. I hope after.
And thank you guys for sticking around. And like I said, man, you can love who you love, be who you want to be with. But when you're dealing with people, and specifically, you know, that have biracial ancestry, it's important that we understand and celebrate both sides of a biracial heritage. It's key to building self-confidence, cultural awareness, and creating a strong sense of identity for both of the children and parents, right? So you can celebrate the cultural diversity of both sides. You need to have open conversations about identity, right? Because like you've seen, I played the young girl who said, hey, I don't want to be black. I want to be white. Have open conversations about that. Get people to expound on their beliefs and their perspectives. You need to support role models and be immersed in the community that you want to be a part of. Don't say, hey, I'm a part of the black community because I watched Boys in the Hood and I bought Chronic 2001. You need to understand the development of your racial identity, you know, how it started, how it's progressing, you know, how it's evolving. Definitely have awareness of your parents, you know, like your parents' background, what your parents truly believe when it comes to your identity. And most importantly, you got to have your self-love, right? It's called self-esteem. I can't give you esteem of yourself. That's why it's called self-esteem. But it's up to the parents, the communities, their environment to help empower the choice so that people could fluidly identify themselves. So that's going to be the stream. And you said, I missed the first 2 hours. You cover the white people disappearing stuff I sent. No, I didn't, because I already had this stream planned, but I have to look through all the stuff you sent. You sent a lot of stuff, so I have to actually look through that. But appreciate that. You said her mom's raising is coming. Her mom raising is coming. This chick's DNA needs to take digs at brothers. You said, no, you ain't going there. We still have 2 hours left. You know what? Well, it looks like I've been here for almost 4 hours, but don't trip. I will come back tomorrow and hit y'all with another banger. So this is the moment where I'm going to play a series of some short visuals before I shut her down. And if y'all haven't taken the time to like the stream yet, then y'all can do it now. Remember, it won't cost you a fee. Now, without further ado. Yeah. Hey. B-Eazy Dat Dude, shit so hot it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. I bring the pain like an aftermath of a car wreck. It's a lot of niggas that say they real, but to me that shit is far-fetched. Them cats is pussy. They really is on some feminine stuff. If I rock up on them with the 40 ounces, the definition of adrenaline. What it do is it's sweet like cinnamon puffer. My niggas is rough like Willow Pass. Grew up out on Mary Mac, but I used to hang on Willow Pass. These firms that I roll with, outcasts and misfits. Better zip lips so you get hit when the fifth spit. Flat line of your hit. Trap habits is black magic, no voodoo. Get the bands like Buku for the cocaine, they go cuckoo.
like tofu. I'm just saying, man, like Goku. Bad bitches at the house with me watching Netflix or Roku. Fuck them both at the same time, and I swear to God it was so cool. Street legend, real boss, I call shots cause I'm still saucy. I know some G's to the bike crack on shite racking and fly back out the mill. When they hear me flow, they say I be burning up, burning up. Cookies to the draw is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh, we burning up, burning up. This shit so hot, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. When you hear me flow, say I be burning up, burning up. Cookies to the draw is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh, we burning up, burning up. This shit so hot, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up.
B-Eazy Dat Dude. B-Eazy Dat Dude. Yeah, they know the name. Stacking up the paper, but having money ain't a thing. Standing on business, burning hotter than a flame. From the block to the ballroom, you gotta stand the rain. B-Eazy Dat Dude. Yeah, they know the name. Stacking up the paper, but having money ain't a thing. Standing on business, burning hotter than a flame. From the block to the ballroom, you gotta stand the rain. B-Eazy Dat Dude, yeah, they know the name. B-Eazy Dat Dude.
B-Eazy, B-Eazy, he is that dude. Ooh, he is that dude. That dude, B-Eazy, he is the one that you can call so he can get the job done. He about to reign supreme if you thought his run would soon end. He just getting started though, so go ahead and tune in. B-Eazy, B-Eazy, he is that dude. Ooh, 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 he is that dude.
Feel me? Ooh, ooh, ooh. B-Eazy Dat Dude, yeah. B-Eazy.
B-Eazy Dat Dude, boy, stop playing. You know you dat dude and been dat dude. He's still that dude. Yup, that dude. You can see as clear as day that he here to stay. Either get with the program or move out the way. Ooh. B-Eazy Dat Dude, he back with another one, another one, another one, another one.
If you feel the vibe, like, share, and subscribe. We growing on this journey. Come and take a ride. If you wanna slide with that dude, be easy. We going all the way to the top, believe me. All the way to the top, believe me.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Follow. Be easy. You know you want to.
Well, we're waiting.